Well, dear colleagues, professors, sirs, and madams, dear students, policymakers, businessmen and businesswomen, dear investors, inventors, scientists, and architects, dear friends, welcome to the first Circular Economy Beacons Regional Conference, where we want all of us to enjoy, engage, and excel. It is my pleasure to welcome the highest level speakers from our region and beyond to host 24 hours of live action, talks, discussions, and collaborative workshops. It is my utmost pleasure to thank our team that comes from 7 different countries that had managed to organize this amongst many other activities, events, educations, analysis, and implementations in our region, and all of this for one single goal. We are here to accelerate a true, fair, clean, and resilient circular economy in our region. We need regional solutions for regional needs. This conference is here to say more about where we are, what do we need, and where we are headed to. It has to serve you and your betterment. So please, enjoy the materials and our guest speakers, engage in order to maximize your gains, and excel in what you say, what you present, what you do, and maybe most importantly, how you follow up on this event. My name is Milan Veselinov, and I'm a founder and a director of Cerecon, a small company which is 200% dedicated to circular economy development in Serbia and beyond. I have come back after an education period about industrial ecology and circular economy from EU countries because I saw the wave is coming and we need to prepare, all of us, together. Through work with my colleagues from neighboring countries, we have come to the conclusion that we need to unite somehow and not only tell the story, but constantly live the story of collaborative circular economy. And that is how it all started back in 2019. As for myself, I took this great responsibility to design this project and lead the team. I will be your host in many of the sessions actually, but moderation would not be possible without the whole team that supports this event. You will meet Adriana, Maria, Lydia, Alexandra, Tiena, Andre, Jana, Carlos, Rebecca, Marina, Voja, Annalisa, Ivana, Sinisha, Vukashin, and many more people responsible for this event and all other activities behind Circular Economy Beacons. So the question is actually, why are we here? If you can see the screen, this is a serious fact. The night of lack of knowledge, what is true systemic circular economy, is all around us. We need to inform, educate, and guide leaders, businesses, and innovators in order to use the opportunity and capture all values that this economy offers. With low information, knowledge, and experience, we cannot make good decisions. That is a fact. We cannot measure, we cannot plan. We are running the risk of making non-transparent decisions, the risk of technological lockdowns, underpricing, and ad hoc planning. And with all of this, we are paying a higher toll of running late for a train called circular development. Our region is rich with resources, minerals, fuels, metals, precious metals, water, biopotential, and amazing climate. Yet we consume less than 15% from renewable energy sources in our region. We waste our land. We don't even realize that we export for higher value products and which are produced elsewhere. And we're almost fully dependent on materials that are needed for our own production. We are also very dependent on dinosaur energy imports And we see that transition is also coming. Biodiversity is dramatically decreasing. Our animals are retrieving. Our natural system is disturbed. Our bees are living or dying. Our bears, wolves, and deers are being hunted down or passing away. We are also facing a genetic anomalies due to inability to procreate because of loss of habitat and because of pollution. We toxify our lands, we wash away our fertile soil, we destroy colonies of hardest workers in our biosystem. If bees are gone, massive ripple effects are to be seen among plants, among animals, and among people. And why? Aren't we supposed to drink this water? And aren't we supposed to breathe this air? How come that we are still in a deep sleep? And while we are in this deep sleep, we are starting to witness one thing for the first time in the history of humankind. We are starting to count almost everything down, from resources to capacities. Here, in our regional countries, we are also starting to see a decline in population and negative migrations. And we are here because we don't want to see these words written down. Not when the opportunities are on an inch of our reach, not when the world is switching its turn to start nurturing our ecosystems again, and not when we have the chance to leapfrog and jump straight to a sustainable business, straight to a sustainable world, and straight to a sustainable society. That is why circular economy beacons exist. We are here because we need to share knowledge, information, and experience. We are here to honestly collaborate. We are here to put the forth effort to create a right livelihood. We will build the knowledge. We will build the skills necessary to accelerate this good transition. We will build the business acumen and be proud of it. We will build back better. We see that there are numerous spaces for improvement. We see that the transparency of our flows is low. We see that the prices can be corrected. We see that the total value of our output can be improved. We see that we can produce smarter, can offer smarter, and can use smarter. But we also see that if we don't do it by ourselves, if we don't take leadership and pioneering positions, we are going to pay the price. That is why we're here to help the transition towards cleaner, fair, and resilient circular economy. We are here to help our region get unstuck from the second gear. We are here to provide opportunities for clean tech, to facilitate innovation, to speed up clean production and circular economy. We are here to transfer knowledge, teach you, help you in transition towards a better circular world. It will not be the easiest thing ever, but it will be adventurous. And I must say from my experience, the time to act is now. But we cannot wait for the legislation to be brought, and we cannot wait for someone to give us a circular task. We cannot wait for an order or an incentive. We need to build this environment. But the good thing is, we're to strive for it together, and we have each other for this. One thing is certain. In Circular Economy Beacons, we are giving our best to inform, educate, and implement, and enable innovation for a circular economy. So, in other words, Circular Economy Beacons are carefully supporting you through systemic circular transition times. Because we don't want to see father and mother, father and son mother and daughter being departed again in search for better life somewhere out there. We want to create new opportunities for all of us to keep our brains where they wish to stay. But for this, we need you also. We need to collaborate. We need to network. We need to exchange our knowledge, experience, and visions. We need to co-design, co-create, co-learn, co-develop, and co-deliver across borders, across industries, and across nations. All of this in order to get you to feel the highest heights, to jump freely on the peaks of innovative circularity. And we will try our best to support you. We're talking to you as an inventor, as an investor, as an architect, as a businessman or policymaker. We're talking to you as a person, brother, mother, father, and a friend. We are here to give us a taste of exploration once again, to make your experiments safe to fail, to provide us the opportunity to learn through doing, trying, experimenting, and innovating. We're here to open a new explorative systemic chapter, the one that is not bounded by rigid boundaries of a strict old-fashioned business successes, the one that is not overburdened with millions of KPIs. We are here to support us becoming circular inventors. But to do this, we need to have a serious look. We need to become even more serious. We will have to make bold moves and attract main actors. We will have to become fair businessmen of a new age. We will also have to get in the mud and will be dragged through the clean and dirt. We will need to push and pull, and we need you to be with us in this. And when I say you, I mean old and young inventors, businessmen, engineers, social scientists, politicians. We need new system makers. All of that because of one single vision. We want to live in a thriving society that reaches its full human potential. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is a vision of circular economy beacons. That is why we exist. One, however, might ask, how in the world are we going to do this? Well, we do have a set of 6 principles that we are trying to follow, and then we will embed in all activities that we do. Firstly, we need to understand the systemic impacts of our activities. That means that we need to know how our services and products and produces are creating ripple effects. We need to familiarize the connections, loops, feedbacks, and impacts throughout the whole life cycle of our products and services. We need to become aware that we produce and work in complex environment, in a system where changes are not plannable and where our deeds have effects beyond of what we can see immediately. Also, we need to innovate. We need to be ardent to changes. The change is inevitable and we need to constantly innovate. We need to keep this part very much in the center of our strives. We are aiming to achieve innovative and a higher value circular economy. But all of us need to take responsibility for ripple effects of our decisions. All of us, we need to get even smarter, even more agile, and build for longer lasting positive change. We need to foster cross-functional and multidisciplinary collaboration. And we cannot do this alone, separated, isolated, afraid of competition and our small market share. We need to build a strong regional collaboration to connect flows, to connect policies and businesses, and finally to close the loops of materials, water, energy, and to diminish negative externalities to our own ecosystem. We need to optimize the value of our resources by creating higher value products to create circular juices instead of selling roseberries. We need to retrieve resources and start creating things that we excel at. We know that IT is at the center of our development. One of the sets of circular conduct is virtualizing. We need to virtualize things in order to create better value for our system. And that service is producing almost the highest value per kilogram of materials invested. Our region is 5 to 9 times less productive than the EU28 average, and we need to work a lot on this field. Therefore, there is a big opportunity ahead of us to get together and optimize our value chains. At the end, we definitely need to be open and honest about our barriers, about benefits and effects that we are creating. Because sooner or later, we will have to pay our debts. One day, all of us will have to look in the mirror and ask ourselves, is this the world I want to leave our kids to live in? So all of you, Circular Economy Beacons are presenting also their mission, or our mission. We are here to create a socio-economic system that produces profitable, safe, fair, clean, and resilient circular market. Again, what are actually circular economy beacons? These are places in each of our countries, and currently we encompass Serbia, Romania, Bulgaria, Greece, Germany, and Spain. And soon enough, already from 2021, one more country definitely from the Balkan region and one more country from the EU28. Because we need to unite and we need to start collaborating effectively. That's why the essence of circular economy beacons is so-called VIRE sharing, where V stands for visions and values, I for information, R for resources, and E for experience that we want to share between beacons in each of the countries in order to constantly improve our services and our capabilities and our skills to help us going to this circular transition. What do? We inspire, we educate, we try and implement, and we enable. And we do all of this for a profitable, safe, fair, clean, and resilient circular economy. And how do we do this? We want to create implementation frameworks. As a matter of fact, we already created a regional implementation framework that will help us implement circular economy principles in business domain. We transfer experience and knowledge between us and towards our peers and towards our colleagues. We consult and advise, we analyze and assess, we train and educate. And in one sentence, we want to lead you through the process of circularizing your system. So what we did in 2020, we've attracted more than 500 stakeholders. Only in this year, which was heavily hampered and was completely focused on online business conduct. It was not easy, but we managed to do this as a first step. We have organized trainings, webinars, webinar series, and education. We are implementing circular economy in 4 companies in Serbia and Romania. We have facilitated for 3 different regional and national assessments. We have organized a regional circular economy 24-hour event, which I'm happy to host and moderate. We have organized more than 200 hours of co-learning and co-training for circular economy beacon members. That means that we're already having a huge pool of knowledge and experience by which we will be even more sure that we'll be able to act fastly according to our needs. And when I say our, I mean yours and ours. We have reached out to 4 more countries from European Union and the region with the suggestions to collaborate. All of them has accepted and said, this is what we need. And we have fostered collaboration on circular economy between 7 countries from the Balkans and 2 more countries from EU. In that fact, we're so-called erasing the borders. There is a huge task before us, and this was just a lift-off year. Don't get fooled by the opinion that this transition will last for 1 or 2 years. It will be a very interesting one that will last maybe up until 10 years. And then we'll pursue new goals and new strivings. But until then, we're calling you to join us in organizing trainings, webinars, and education across the fields, across the region. We want to knit in activities with cities, governments, and NGO sector. We want to engage with more and more businesses to implement circular economy. We want to organize professional knowledge and experience sharing events. We want to do further analysis because there's so much necessary for decision-making, assessments on national, regional, and business levels. We want to continue the co-learning and co-training because we need to co-develop. We want to facilitate continual improvement of services and activities, and we want to connect policymaker and policies. Because at the end of the day, if we don't harmonize our policies, we are to have major and bigger costs before us. We want to facilitate cross-border business and policy-making collaboration. We want to facilitate regional closed-loop collaboration. We want to enable regional circular innovation for regional needs. And we want to enable investments for regional circular innovation ecosystem. All that with one thought in our minds. We live in a thriving society that reaches its full human potential. So, ladies and gentlemen, I friendly call you to enjoy this event and use it as much as possible to engage, write messages, exchange contacts, exchange ideas, ask many, many questions and pose challenges to our future engagement because that's we are here. We want us to excel in our future deeds, excel in circular economy innovation. And therefore, for the first time, we're organizing this regional conference dedicating solely to circular economy. Thank you very much for being present on this session. And in the future, with all the sessions, I would like to welcome our Romanian colleagues that will have a keynote speakers. One information is necessary for me to tell. All the event is being recorded for us to have materials afterwards to get recollected and to get even more informed about what is up to come. But at this moment, I would like to thank you and ask my colleague Adriana Les to come forward and introduce the next session. Thank you very much. Or actually, I have information that we'll have 5 minutes break before we start with the next session. So enjoy this slide and see you in 5 minutes. Thank you.
We are back. Are you hearing me?
Yes, Adriana. All the best. It's a pleasure to be here. Okay, I am here.
Okay, then we will start in a few moments. So thank you everyone for dedicating your time to this conference, a different perspective of talking about circular economy. My name is Adriana Leș. I am coming from Timiș Chamber of Commerce from Romania, and I will be the moderator of this session. I am pleased to announce that we have a special guest for today, Mr. Laszlo Borbély, who is a state councillor and coordinator of the Department for Sustainable Development of the Romanian government. He will be presenting us with Romania's view regarding the circular economy in the spirit of Agenda 2030. Before I give the floor to Mr. Borbély, I want to mention that we would like to have questions from you. So you can write in the chat box, but please place the number of the hall, or better yet, the name of the speaker before your question. Just to remind you, we are in the hall number 1. And I will address these questions after Mr. Borbély finishes his presentation. This being said, I want to thank you, Mr. Borbély, for accepting our invitation, and you may commence your presentation now.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a pleasure and an honor for me to be here. Why? Because, and I would like to thank Milan for his very inspiring introductive speech. It was very simple, with a very clear rules of basic moral attitude of the politicians and the political will that we need for the next 10 years. Why I am telling you this very important, and basic principle of not just the sustainable development, but of course the circular economy. Because we started in Romania in 2017 with this department near the Prime Minister's office. And I remember about my memories, I was invited maybe 3 years ago, and for sure you know about this, in each year, Sitra, it's a very important company, consultant company in Finland, organized a World Forum on Circular Economy. And I had the honor to attend the meeting and to be speaker 3 years ago in Helsinki. And it was more than 1,500 companies, politicians from different stakeholders, not just from Europe, from all over the world. It was, of course, physically at that time. And when I started my speech, I asked from the moderator to be moderator for 2 minutes. And I asked the auditors how many people are from Eastern Europe, Western Balkan, or this part of Europe. There were 15. 15 from 1,500. So it's a very good initiative, and I would like to congratulate you and my colleagues from Romania and from other states that we have this kind of regional, body of circular economy. And we can, the next slide, please. Thank you. We have this Agenda 2030. Why it was a milestone, in my opinion, the year 2015 in the history of humanity. Because we were Sendai, Addis Abeba, New York with Agenda 2030, and Paris with climate change. There were 4 basic basic meetings of high level, and each country realized that we have to do more. So based on Agenda 2030, in which many of the 17 SDGs are linked to circular economy, we follow very close how we can implement in Romania. And you know, we were the first parliament from 175 in Interparliamentary Union, which in 16 of April 2016 adopted a very strong political declaration, because we need the agreement of the politicians, even that they know not so much, some of them, from how we can put in place Agenda 2030. But we have this very important political document of the Parliament of Romania. After that, based on this document, 1 year after, we established near the Prime Minister's office this Department of Sustainable Development. And of course, first of all, we started to have a new strategy, a new sustainable development strategy of Romania based on Agenda 2030. Next slide, please. So, regarding just a few words until I will enter in circular economy issue. So, what is, I noted very, you know, very carefully all the principles which was presented by Milan, because there are basic principles. Without this, we cannot have interinstitutional framework, we cannot have hubs, and in this moment, it's very important, the network, the human potential. In this moment, after the we finalized the strategy, the new strategy, we established about more than 90 people to have in different institutions, especially in different ministries, to have those bases of human potential when we are talking about strategies and different strategies to put together, especially, of course, energy, climate change, agriculture, and others. In this moment, we have an important project of European Union, how we will implement until the end of 2022 Agenda 2030 in Romania. Just today, we signed a contract with a consultant company, which will be our partner to finalize an action plan. And in this action plan, based on 2030 agenda of sustainable development of Romania, will be very clear, quantified, based on new indicators with the National Institute of Statistics. We will have about 85 indicators for 2020. We will have a first report in a couple of months in which stage we are, because we have to know. And of course, this action plan, I hope until the end of 2021, to have based also on our budget to analyze in which way we change a little bit the mentality to prepare a budget for Romania based on circular economy rules, based on code of sustainability, which will be put in place like in Germany, also in this project in 1 year, and based on data, based on indicators. After that, of course, we need, as I told you, leadership, political willingness, and that's why we have here not more than 15 colleagues of mine, that we are some kind of catalysator alliance between different stakeholders. Now we will have a consultative council which we invite 34, like I like to tell them, the wise people of the sustainable development from Romania, and hopefully we have a lot of very much engaged and very well prepared scientists, experts, and academic area and civil society. So we have the legal background, these 35 people, and not accidentally. They are will be 35 based on the 17 SDGs. Each SDG will have 2 this kind of scientists and very well prepared specialists who will help us to finalize this action plan. Just in this moment, we have, and we signed, and we will have in January, I hope that we will have a new government, hopefully, and we can have this an event regarding the Coalition for Sustainable Development, which is a coalition, we just help them, but it's a coalition formed by more than 20 different NGOs, academic area, companies, who will be the partners, which will be the partners of our department for the next 10 years. And we signed this partenariat with stakeholders from other parts of our, not the official, not the governmental or local authorities, but civil society, academic area, and private companies. So that's why it's very important for this part of Europe, for the Western Balkans, and to share our experience, to share our knowledge, to share our indicators, to have each year, like, on the level of HRPF in New York, on the level of United Nations, we have a dashboard of SDSN of Mr. Jeffrey Sachs, who visited Romania 2 years ago, and it's a very good friend of us, to have a dashboard of the Western Balkan countries, in which stage we are regarding circular economy, regarding the 17 SDGs. Why? Because European Union, based on also our presidency, we prepared on that time, it was approved, and it was a very difficult negotiation with all the member states to have a new strategy for European Union. We have now the Green Deal, but we have to put together, these pieces of Rubik Cube. If you don't have one piece on his place, you have no possibility to have a very clear establishment of this Agenda 2030 and to put in place. So in this moment, European Union, based on Green Deal, based on a new action plan for circular economy, and we had since 2016 new strategy on circular economy based on taxonomy, based on different parts of Just Transition Fund, of the new possibilities to recover, to be greener, of course, for the members of European Union in this moment. But of course, European Union has a negotiation process with several countries from this part of Western Balkans to come to become members of European Union, and Romania is supporting very much this negotiation part of these countries. So based on this, during the 3 years, we are recognized, Romania, like regional hub in this region. Why? Because we organized since 2013, 2014 regional in this area of Western Balkan countries, UNICE region, and of course parts of Caucasus and also other countries from eastern part of and central part of Europe, parliamentarian meetings, and after that, also during our presidency, we have been organized a very important meeting, more than 400 people from this area. So regarding coordinators, and we have a database of this Black Sea region, UNICE region, and Western Balkan countries who are the coordinators of implementation of Agenda 2030. It's a very important partnership and how we can put together these pieces of Rubik cube of implementation of Agenda 2030. So we are recognized on the level of United Nations, on the level of European Union, like regional hub. We are the only country in Europe which was nominated by OECD. With them, we finalized in September a meeting, project regarding budgeting and how to prepare for the not the 2021 but for 2022, based on performance of 17 SDGs, our new budget. So just I wanted to share you our experience, and I hope that you realize that we will be partners. So to enter in this question of circular economy, I will not enter in a lot of details, because you know, like me, how they are the basic principles, how to not focus just on waste management, but to analyze a little bit how we start with the cycle of natural resources until to reuse, to recycle, and to have different parts of production, of consumption, and to collection and processes. So this is a circular way to approach how to reduce waste and to reduce CO2 emission. Next slide, please. You know, it's in European Union, there are some figures regarding how many billion euros in European Union, about not more than 4,000 billion euros from GDP. They are recognized like influenced by circular economy. And of course, there are more than 2.5 million jobs in 2018. So we have this circular economy action plan. And we intend, and Adriana will be, I hope, our partners, to have a circular economy strategy in Romania and an action plan. And there are different NGOs, different parts of different bodies in Romania who are and who can be partners. So we have this this ambition, and we will see regarding our action plan how we put inside of our holistic action plan the part of circular economy, because we have to put together different pieces. This action plan is very important for all the countries, not just in European Union, but also in Western Balkans. Next slide, please. We had a very interesting, and I can share with you it was by Enel. It has been finalized in September, a very important study about circular economy in different countries in European Union. And it was Spain, Italy, and Romania chosen by Enel to have this analyzed. And it's a very interesting analysis. We have no time to enter in details, but I will send you to share with all the participants of this in this meeting. It's about 12 billion euros in our GDP regarding circular economy, but it was very interesting to find that in the last 5 years, it was an increase of productivity and all the indicators regarding real circular economy and to decrease the CO2 emission based on the analysis made in several companies who are very much close and involved this principle of circular economy. So it proved very clear that we need this kind of approach. So we have this recovery plan, and we have this Just Transition Fund. Very important to have projects based also on circular economy principles, because we have to finalize our projects until the end of 2022 regarding our recovery plan. And it's twice more money for Romania and for other countries from European Union because of this pandemic. So it's very important. One part is, of course, money from European, and one part are loans and different possibilities. And we have also taxonomy, which will be finalized until the end of 2022. And we are very active role in this to have, I hope, as soon as possible, green bonds in Romania. It's very important, like Hungary, Poland, and other countries from the European Union, to have the possibility for the companies, for the investors to invest and to buy these green bonds for the coming years. Next slide, please. So the circle, maybe you can push, okay. It's very important in this moment that we have these measures regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. And everybody, you know, we are looking, we have a good part of this pandemic. I don't know if we have a good part, but for sure, for European Union and the countries from European Union especially, but also other countries, they are thinking more about how we can use in a better way our natural resources, how we can put in place the principles of circular economy, for sure. And it's very good that, as you observe probably in this year, regarding Green Deal, it was not a stop of Green Deal or to say, okay, we have this pandemic, we have no possibility to go forward. No. Just 2 days ago and 1 week ago, the European Commission presented first holistic approach, how we put together, also considering Green Deal, the pieces based on sustainable development and based on Agenda 2030. And it was the role, and it was a very active role of German presidency on this. And of course, to have put in place the interinstitutional framework. This is the very important part of also Green Deal and circular economy. Of course, water, energy, food security. It's one of the most important part of circular economy role. And food security in this moment we have more possibilities to have projects to have put together food waste, how we can have, of course, we have the new strategy and agreement on agriculture for the next years. It's a very good sign that the European Council approved the next financial exercise and the budget of European Union, and also the support of recovery plan. Last week, of course, we are involved in this regional operational program regarding circular economy, and I discuss with each part. We have 8 in different regions, 8 agencies, and each of them also we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but also the other 3 agencies included the principles of circular economy, and we will have possibility to have projects on this. Next slide, please. We have a huge program for water sector in European Union, and we have to change a little bit our concept regarding not to have a linear economy, but to have an accelerate and scale up the greater efficiency in this sector, incentives for innovation. And also Milan told about one basic principle of innovation. It's very important, not just in water sector, but in other sectors. And the National Plan for Investment and Economic Recovery, it's under public debate. We are very active, our department. We are there and we participate. Will be a public debate in January. And I hope that the sector of civil society will be involved. Next slide, please. I told you about Green Deal, how it's one of our probably the most important vision of European Union for the next 10 years. And the new action plan, as I told you, we are ready to have a strategy and action plan. We are discussing on the level of government. We will discuss with the new government. We have an interdepartmental committee, which is the government, and we will have, I hope in this week, a meeting of this interdepartmental committee, because we prepared the first report of the government, how we implement Agenda 2030, and we will present for the new parliament, and we will discuss in January or in February in the parliament the first report regarding our strategy for sustainable development. And of course, we have some policy objectives on the level of European Union. I will not enter in detail. Biodiversity, air quality, decontamination of polluted sites. It's one of the most important challenges for Romania. There are more than 1,300 polluted sites in Romania still in this moment. Urban regeneration, and of course, water management. Next slide, please. So, I hope you realize that it's a lot of issue to discuss about sustainable development, about circular economy. I am very interested in this very important meeting, and it's a promise from us, from me, and I hope my colleagues will agree that we will see with Pandemia physically or like webinar in the next year, but we are interested to have another meeting maybe, and I would like to ask your help, those who are involved and they are very active in this area, to have another meeting, so to host another meeting and to organize also regarding financial support, a meeting maybe in next summer regarding circular economy, regarding in which stage we are, and to enter a little bit in details how we can help each other, because solidarity, partnership, positive energy, a holistic approach, and leadership, they are very important. And I hope that we realize that in Romania, we have a leadership of implementation of Agenda 2030. And I have to tell you that is one of the, I don't know, very few items in Romania which we have. Until the end, I have to knock in my room to have also for the future in the new government a consensus. We have a consensus in Romania in this moment. Presidency, parliament, government, local authorities. We need the implementation of Agenda 2030. We need this kind of approach. You know, this Rubik Cube, I don't know if you see this Rubik Cube, which is based on the 17 SDGs. And I show this Rubik Cube to each meeting, because it's very important to have this kind of pieces in their place and to work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Borbély. We have one question for you, and it is regarding the framework that it is developed in order to ensure a successful implementation of the Romania's Sustainable Development Strategy. And it is related to the Sustainable Development Hubs in every relevant public institution. What is the progress of this action?
Thank you very much for this question. As I told you, we have a holistic approach of how put together interinstitutional framework in Romania, because otherwise we will fail and we cannot put in place and to implement Agenda 2030. And one of the maybe most important part of this, there are these hubs. In each ministry now we have, not on the level of minister or secretary of state, because Romania is a very stable country, but sometimes during these 4 years now, I am very stable inside of the government, like state councillor. And now I have the 5th prime minister, and I will have I hope the 6th prime minister as soon as possible, but we are stable. But basically regarding, this is the political part, but we need specialists, we need the expertise of each ministry. So we have about 90 people in different institutions. We train them based also on OECD project, not just regarding budget. We have analyzed, because we have another directorate for political, for public policies inside of the Secretariat General of the government, and they also, based on a European project, they finalized an analysis of different strategies on different ministries to put together. And it's very important to have an intersectorial approach. So these hubs were trained by a couple of days, and we will continue the training of these hubs. And we have a new job in Romania, expert in sustainable development. Also, in this European Union project, we will finalize in a couple of months the possibility, and I hope that we can prove to the next government that not to oblige, but to have an advice to the public institutions to have these experts on sustainable development, and they are interested, some universities and other companies, to train them to have experts in sustainable development, because we need this kind of holistic approach. So it's in a very good stage in this moment to train and to prepare these hubs. And of course, we will, another challenge is to extend. We had a first meeting of local authorities, or association of local authorities, to extend also to the local authorities. We are preparing a guide for them based on the 17 SDGs, how to prepare themselves for, because they have to prepare new local strategies, and to have this local strategy based on the 17 SDGs, because it's easier also to get projects from European Union based on this new approach of the Agenda 2030 and our national strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Borbély, for providing us with valuable insights about the objectives and benefits of the 2030 agenda from Romania's perspective. Now we will take a short break for a couple of minutes, and we return at 10:45 chat hour or 11:45 Romanian hour. For the next session, you may enter either the hall number 1, where the topic will be important bullet points for circular economy in Balkans, an interactive discussion conducted by CIRICON, or you may choose the hall number 2, where we will discuss about the circular cities. So see you in a couple of moments.
Well, welcome back, all dear colleagues, professors, sirs, and madams. We're back to the so-called interactive session where I would like really to spur a discussion around learning on the Balkans in regards to circular economy. I would like to present some of the things, but I would also like to have questions and your opinions from this session in order to be successful. Cyricon is working on circular economy for 3 years, 4 years now, in different forms and shapes, and we have managed to collect a number of thorough analysis about streams, waste streams, and material streams, about needs assessment, ways that we need to training, etc., etc. But what we need is actually also your information in order to, move further, one step ahead. And not only from Serbia, we need to unite in this, and we need to have all people that are willing to contribute and actually have development for themselves as well. So in next 40-ish minutes, maybe a little bit more, I would really like to tell you a secret, because we are currently streaming this over 4 platforms, over Facebook, YouTube, in the Collective Vibe, the one nice surrounding that you saw, and also via Zoom. So I would like to inform all the participants that are currently on Collective Vibe platform that they have a little button on the bottom left, and if you would like to directly participate in a Zoom meeting and therefore express your opinions, ask direct questions, or vocalize your concerns, conclusions, and also suggestions, to click on this, it says join Zoom meeting, and join us here in live in order to facilitate better and more quality, higher quality discussions. I would at this point really like to thank Mr. Laszlo Borbély for sharing with us very important future-oriented information that Romania is taking. And one thing I would like to also emphasize, and that collaboration in this is crucial, because we need to synchronize in order to succeed in this. So that will maybe be my first message for this call, and let's see what are the other lessons learned from all the activities that we had before. Before I start, I would like also to give you an option to ask questions via a Q&A part that is part of the Zoom platform that we're currently running on. And also, if you would like to speak up, please raise your hand. There is an option in participants mode to raise your hand, so our moderators can also call you and give you, welcome you to the stage. So with this, let's begin. If this presentation wants to listen to me. Okay. Right. I've told before who I am. This was also in the opening presentation. The main point is that I've finished industrial ecology and circular economy in European Union countries, namely the Netherlands and Austria, and I really saw that the way of sustainable business is coming, whether we like it or not. And at that point, I got not afraid, but it concerned me whether or not we are going to be ready as a region, and that point as people in Serbia, because at that moment we really didn't have any kind of education that will guide us towards sustainable business, higher level education. So instead of staying there, I decided to be a bit brave and come back and start from the beginning, from the scratch, creating completely new stakeholder networking, completely new processes. From various experiences, we got to the conclusion that if you want to deal with systemic circular economy, not only with parts of circular economy, you really need to be a bit crazy. And that was actually one of the main conclusions from one of the higher level meetings that we had on European level. But besides that, I've given my best to design a comprehensive education program that we've developed together with Chamber of Commerce and with the tremendous understanding and help of AIT Climate Kick. And that's actually because of them we are also today here, because these people from European innovation centers are understanding where the trends are heading, and it's our job to transfer this message in the highest possible manner, in the highest possible at the highest possible level, in order to inform and educate people to bring right decisions. Now you'll see me talking a bit more about this education stuff, but until then, please feel free to interrupt me with questions and answers. It's not, I would really not like to just talk for 40 minutes and then go for a break. It would be amazing if we would have constant discussion and interaction between us. So then after creating this Academy for Circular Economy, we were looking at the potential of how this integral education could be scaled and fastly in order to facilitate change on many more areas and to produce like this ripple effect that we wanted, which is currently also in a pipeline, and we're looking for ways how to stream the uniformal education across countries. And starting from that idea, we started to think about circular economy beacons. Of course, at that moment, they were not called like that, but we realized that we need to understand circular economy in the same level and in the same way in order to really use all that it can give. If we're focusing on sporadic things, we would really be creating power structures that are not going to be beneficial if we're talking about a systemic overview, and if we're talking about the whole nation or the whole region and the very people that are in them. So at least in Serbia, when I came back, the narrative was only about waste management and well, actually not even recycling, but better waste management, collecting, and there was a lot of misinterpretation of between circular economy, green economy, and a couple of different concepts that were back then very popular. So with a tremendous effort and huge understanding also from the colleagues and directors from Chamber of Commerce, we have managed to come forward with a couple of suggestions how to move this story and how to accelerate good decision making. So we created this Academy for Circular Economy, which proved to be a very good program. During this 24-hour session, I just realized that we will have a couple of speakers that were part of this academy from the training perspective, trainer perspective, or from the participants' perspective. And the narrative after that had changed from waste management to actually what we're building and knitting circular economy into is industrial economic development. So it's not anymore part of environmental protection, waste management as an only axis, but circular economy is now part of Serbian industrial economic development and one of the pillars of industrial development strategy until 2030. And that's what's important. The narrative around circular economy changes and the scope increases. Because it's one thing to recycle and it's another thing to innovate. Yeah, of course, we need innovation also in this thing, but we cannot really focus only on this side of all-encompassing paradigm of circular economy. And when I say paradigm, it's something that very few people can understand. And that's why I get many questions of, all right, this is very nice, but you know, companies want to, or actors even want to have incentives and want to have fast wins. It's narrowing towards tree hugging. If we're talking about circular economy, it's narrowing to tree hugging and it's never gonna work. That's very important to understand, because we're not going to repipe the system. We have to change the way we think, and that's going to be actually the hardest thing. And that's also why I've said at the beginning, it's not a 1 or 2 year mission, it's a 10 or 15 year thing, because we need to think differently. And we'll come to this point as well. So far, no questions, right? All right. And there are a couple of conclusions from my side, is that even if we would like to have, and even some companies have tried to follow their international strategies and you know, create a better energy mix in their production, or minimize waste, or re-loop materials in their production. There was an obvious barrier that policies are currently not up to date in these kind of novel approaches, which is not to blame anyone. It's on us to really step up and require what we need. And we need to do this together, because the voice will be stronger, and not only the voice, but the need and the recognized benefits will be also stronger. So if we don't communicate with the decision makers, we're not going to achieve basically anything. If we just sit and wait until the policies are brought, they're not going to happen if they are not pushed. And if they're pushed, that means that there is a little time on the agenda to act, and usually it's higher price to pay. And one of first analysis that we created, sorry, it was more of a booklet, but yeah, a bit of analysis as well was there. That actually Chamber of Commerce and OSCE have published back in 2000. I think it was 17, early 17. I've realized that we have actually 2 ways to go, and now I'm talking to Serbia, but pretty much around Balkans as well. The one way was to go into industrial production, heavy focusing on volumes of production, and heavy focusing on fast GDP and revenue growth. But we would face inevitably the overhaul of our industry. If we ramp up our systems, and in 5 to 10 years, we will need to reorganize completely in order to follow new trends and new standards. Because in 5 to 10 years, most probably we will not be able to export the same quality of products and materials in the same way we're doing this now. Why am I saying this? Because in the first act of circular economy documentation, so first circular economy package coming from European Union, there was a clear notice that European Union needs and wants to keep the materials flowing around the countries of EU. And one of the notions from, I think it was Dutch, but I'm not so sure. One of the notions from single members circular economy strategies was that it is envisaged, or it is forecasted that until 2030, there will be 20 to 30% of less of imports, because the materials are going to start circulating around this market. So if we want to only focus on low-level production and processing industries, it's not going to be the same as before. So we really need to act yesterday. In order to do this and to enable material flows, product flows, information flows, we need to synchronize policies between our countries, because like it we or not, we have a bit of different needs than the, for instance, western part of European countries or actors. And this is the chance actually to leapfrog. And when I say leapfrog is to jump over several stages of technological development and to land directly to the current trends, right? Land directly to some of the most modern technologies and implementing most modern methodologies in the way we work. We definitely need synchronization between policies, and we need to create regulation and incentives for controlling that system, for controlling the new economy. But the truth to be said, this is expensive toy to play. If we create regulation and many controlling systems, It's just gonna be a heavier load to the regular citizen. And even if we like to have the carrot and stick strategies, they're not always applicable, because every new rule brings new complexity to the system and brings new costs to the whole society. So the direction of us waiting for new regulation that will push us, then it's not really a smartest option, because also how will we act and how will we respond to new regulation if we don't know what we're dealing with, right? If there is only a few messages said you must do this or you cannot do that. So the education is the key. And the lack of knowledge and understanding what true circular economy is, we might focus on wrong things, really. And in Serbia, we have managed to redirect the development from pure waste management to innovation. And and I know that that also in our neighboring countries, from Circular Economy Beacons project, they're also doing the same, being that the countries now and policies are focusing on clean energies, clean tech, and actually bringing circular economy at their main, as their main economical strategies, or at least main economical roadmaps. And that's one of our first goals, is to spread actually and speed up the education, training, and facilitation for these things. We need experts, as again Mr. Barboi said. We need professionals. We need engineers. Really, we need social professionals from social dimensions, psychologists, etc., in order to create a new system. And on one of the workshops that we held, it was a main European, again, workshop 2 years ago. And one of the conclusions was, all right, we have a technology and we have, we have the knowledge in our circle. The circle is going bigger, and that's good, but we have to put this down to the regular citizen. We need to use the language of everyday life, and we need sociologists and psychologists in order to see what is the embedment of this old narrative around circular economy, in order to put the human in the center of attention. And one of the great leaders in circular economy is, and my due respects to his profession and to his deeds, Mr. Alexander Lamil is trying to push as much as possible for putting the human being in the center of what circular economy should become. Because if we don't do this, if we don't enable people to act with the higher ratio, with the high level of knowledge, we are gonna again produce negative externalities and negative effect. So what we need to do is, in these 3 years, we have realized that we need to negotiate with ministries and policymakers in order to unlock the funds, because if they don't, or if we don't, because we're all parts of ministries and governments, if we don't unlock the funds from that direction, we will not be able to scale differently. And on the other side, if we don't see the financial flows, that everything is left in a drawer. So it is also our task as a community to negotiate with ministries and policymakers to unlock the funds for widespread education on these matters. And maybe the education and spreading of information is crucial, because I've managed to see in the last 2 years, there are at least dozens of projects that spun from good education. People are getting more recognized. People are getting more opportunities to prove their knowledge or to put their knowledge into practice. And the main point is we need these people. We really, at the beginning, we saw that there is less than 1% of necessary people that are able to comprehend and act on a systemic circular economy. So in the next in a couple of next years, we need to create formal or informal educational programs. And we need to tackle both individual education and also organizational education. So the companies and their management systems can understand how to act on this. Because one of the first questions that I constantly have is, good, we know the theory, that's all great, but how do we start? And what is the first, what is the first step we should take? And that's the, you know, the main indicator that we lack the knowledge about circular economy, true circular economy. It's good to talk in these things, but we need to engage with each other in a project level, on a process level, on design of the product level. So all in all, we need a new design, and we need to know how to do it. Oh, this is a wrong slide. So the other part of the coin is that in our region we lack information. It's not only in our region, but it's very much present wherever we want to find information about flows, about the value of materials that are lost, the energy that is lost, information flows. We really have difficulties finding them, because we don't still have an organized system that will monitor in all the details the things we have to measure. And I'm specifically aiming here for material and waste flows. Because if we don't do this, we will not know what amount of precious materials we are losing. And there is one more project that is called InnoCat. And in that one, we are trying to facilitate for vehicle catalyzers exchange in order to save precious metals such as platinum group metals and keep them in circulation. So not to go to waste and landfill, but trying to recycle them and keep them in circulation. The main fact is we don't know where their catalyzers are. And we need to build the systems where the material flows are more and more transparent, you know, in order to be ready to plan. Because if we don't do this, there are a lot of missed business opportunities to be made. So, yeah, that's one of the conclusions that we also had. And we have talked with our stakeholders. And the thing is, they cannot understand what we want to create. Because also, as I said before, we want to create a paradigm shift. We need to create new parameters of growth and development. And it's not really easy to comprehend if you don't dedicate a lot of time into understanding what crucially circular economy is about. And if we don't understand it, if we don't have people that can transfer these messages, information and knowledge, we will only be doing the repiping of our economy. And that's not structurally the same as putting the circular economy system. So if we just put one flow from one place to another, if we redirect one amount of waste from landfill to recycling, it's good, but it's not enough, because at the end slide, the last slide, you will see that the real goal of circular economy is actually to create a system where we minimize waste flows. So imagine the situation that we're building factories for recycling, and the goal of circular economy is to minimize waste. It's kind of a contradictory state, right? And the beginning also I mentioned that the technological lockdowns and lock-ins. What does that mean? That means that if we create technologies and we put them to practice, most of them have, well, bigger industrial and bigger infrastructure technologies have 25 to 30 years of return on investment period. So we need to be locked in these technologies for the next 30 years. That's pretty much the whole youth of one man, or the whole generation in other terms. And we cannot really go from there because it's not payable, it's not profitable. That's why we need to be very smart and be very informed about where to act and how to act. What kind of nodes are we pushing? What kind of system changes are we creating? So we need to map waste flows. We need to map material flows. We need to map material values and this whole value of our natural system in order to create priorities where we are going to act. And again, it's one of the crucial things is to collaborate between countries. In that way, we will become able to create hotspots of intervention and the so-called low-hanging fruits. What does that mean? That means that maybe we can nudge the system in one direction, not expensing or not losing too much money, but discovering something that is really beneficial. There's some small changes that can be made. Education is one of them. The problem with education is that it lasts longer. But you actually don't need to spend a lot of money these days, especially to spread education and to keep people informed about these things. And finally, we need analysis and assessments on regional level, not only on, not only in city level, not only in business level, not even only on national level, but on regional level, in order to see how to connect all these flows, in order to see how to create maybe a physical industrial symbiosis, maybe virtual industrial symbiosis, but to keep these resources flowing around countries, creating a good market for secondary raw materials as well. So for this to happen, we need to do two things, even more. We need to change the language we're talking because, yeah, as said, two systems are here colliding, the old linear economy system and the new circular economy system. They have different languages. And if we talk by a language from one system, the other will not understand because they completely have different picture about what's happening around us. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is actually we need to create a multidisciplinary character of collaboration. So we shouldn't only focus on business or government or NGO and spreading knowledge. We need to connect them because there are multiple perspectives. All of them, or all of us have different vested interest in everything that we do. And all of us have different incentives that will push us and motivate us to move further. And in that sense, circular economy beacons are actually doing this. We're connecting at least government, business, and research, innovation, and academia. So in that sense, Ciricon is a business partner. Cleantech Bulgaria is both research, innovation, and business. Wuppertal Institute from Germany is Research and Innovation Institute. Chamber of Commerce is between government and business, actually. It's a very strong connection that can transfer messages, lessons learned, activities and requirements from business to government and other way around. There is also a Chamber of Commerce of Timișoara that is, again, having similar role. And at the end, but definitely not the least, Research Center Athena, which is, again, part of research, innovation, academia. Now we're starting to collaborate with media as well, because fast spread of information is really important. So we need to organize much more of these events, and we need to, inform regular citizens about what is circular economy for their own understanding and for their own sake. And next year we are going to to intensify collaboration with civil society, because also they are very powerful voice of what civil society needs, and we need to educate or inform what are the ways that circular economy be, but not only single directional information, but bi-directional information. We cannot only feed information, we need to build dialogue and construct dialogues around priorities that are necessary. So if you would say this is part of research innovation framework that is called quadruple and quintuple helix thing, that we need to integrate all of these 5 areas in order to have a systemic effect on circular economy. And that's something we're building. And if one take from here is try to integrate as many of these, at least business, government, and research innovation, because they will you will definitely have a multidisciplinary point of view, and you will need them to excel. And also you will see a couple of our pre-recordings and our discussion are going to be around this. We need to internalize our skills, needs, and capacity. It's great that we have that we have international organizations helping us, but we need really to internalize this and transfer this knowledge, skills, and build our own capacities here. Because first of all, it's a faster reaction. Second of all, it's less expensive. And third of all, we are building our own capacities, you know, to carry on with the transition. There were some discussions we talked very recently, again, on European level, was that it's good to make the change, but you need to lead and to endure during this change as well. So we need to create leaders that have enough skills, knowledge, and capacity in order to endure and lead these throughout these transition times. And that's why also circular economy beacons exist, in order to connect these experts and motivated people that are willing to contribute back. If we're focusing only on our personal needs, we're not going to manage to do much. We're just going to see a different world that is, again, not different world, but a different plateau or different market that is still disconnected, and everyone is looking on their own, to their own needs and wants. And we need to collaborate, not to personalize everything that we get. Our policies are, well, not compatible, but more important is that the regional, all of the countries from the region that circular economy beacons are in, do have some kind of first policy moves. What does that mean? Is that, for instance, Serbia has created a national roadmap for circular economy. Montenegro is also very close to bringing this document. Romania and Bulgaria are creating strategies or action plans for circular economy, while Greece also have a national action plan for circular economy. But all of them have different goals and different focuses, which is good. We don't say that everything needs to be the same. We need diversification and diversity in these things, because every field, also every region has different resource amounts and different types of resources. So of course, we should have different priorities, but they're not synchronized. And that is exactly what we want to address in 2021, in order to bring policymakers together, try to create a dialogue and try to create exchange of information. I'm refraining myself from saying educate people, because it's actually about how do we understand circular economy. It's not about us telling and educating. It's about how we understand, and to have, as also very, very nicely Mr. Barboi said, we need to build a consensus of what we are striving for. And next year, that's exactly why we're gonna facilitate for a process for multidisciplinary and cross-country, cross-border policymaker support and policymaker dialogue. So we're finally sitting around one table and trying to discover what are the needs and wants from our countries. It is about policies, it's about bonds, it's about subsidies and enabling policies. But if we don't, as a bottom-up part, is we don't ask for them, we'll not get them. So I also heard many times, yeah, but the policies are not right. But who will have to bring the policies if you don't vote, vouch, or scream for this need? Again, it's on us to voice this need and to unite these voices through, again, very important actor. He's civil society, especially professional civil society, such as associations of engineers, associations of environmentalists, and associations of managers and business people. They are the ones that can transfer voice very loudly and very fastly, and we really want to build collaboration with them. So it's not only on policymakers, it's also on business and consumers. It's the way that we as business people and we as consumers understand this thing. If we ask for the same thing, if we ask for, if we incentivize as consumer with our wallets, linear economy, we're not going to transfer to circular one. And that, so the point is the focus is also on us, not only on policymakers, because without us and without our knowledge, it's hardly that they can make right decisions. It's also for us to understand the full scope of circular economy and transfer the right knowledge. And when I say the right knowledge, we need to expand this to systems thinking and the way that these systems are doing. If I now would start talking about leverages of systems and where we need to act, not many of people will be able to follow. But that's actually from the plain reason that it is not very much presented in our society yet. And for that very reason, we need to get the right systemic knowledge of circular economy to all of our peers. And it's not easy. It's not easy because it's complex. It's a lot of things to transfer, and we need time to comprehend this, work with this, and apply it. But it's a good adventure, because every time we manage to do this, we see even acceptive developments that are coming. And we see emergent systems, emergent products, and emergent services as soon as the way of thinking clicks in another dimension. And I can tell that for people that we are talking with constantly, and also for ourselves, we are literally bringing new synapses and neurons in order to think about the whole life cycle of a product. So we're not thinking about creating a product that will create better efficiency in factory. No, we need to think about what's happening at the end of its life cycle in order to return this material. Not only because we need waste management, but because it's good for business as well. And there are many lessons to be learned yet, or still in that domain. And at the end, we should not accept that circularity equals waste management anymore. It's much more than this, and I'll show a couple of more slides. Definitely, recycling is part of circular economy, and waste management is, because we need to reloop all these materials, but there is so much more to it. And we cannot incentivize all technologies and low-value products anymore, because it's counterproductive. The next lesson is that we really cannot pose this as a competition task, but we truly need to collaborate. And that's one of the things that I mentioned at the very beginning also, is that if we do that, we're just gonna polarize our needs and create new power games that is not going to be very productive. Because circular economy and systems thinking is all about collaboration, and actually that's a different mindset. And that's what we realize, that we are talking from a different perspective and different mindset to the current linear actors that are constantly pushed to produce more, constantly pushed to achieve KPIs, yearly KPIs. One thing that is very visible is that strategies before were made on 10-year sample, then on 5 years. Now company and big corporation strategies are made only for 2 years. And that's how fast we need to produce the outputs. I don't say we need to slow down. I say that we need to change from majorly taking the competition roles to collaboration roles. Well, still we need the differentiation between actors in the market, and that many players will try to keep the results only for themselves and want to become in charge of the things they're not really capable of doing. And that's something we saw in a couple of iterations. We cannot be selfish on the deliverables and on the final effects. And that's really me personally talking with as a person. We need to share and we need to help each other, because, yeah, as said, we're going to build a different system, but it's not going to be a sustainable one. That's why we, if we act from the point of fear and leaving and striving only for market share and not losing to competition, it's going to be momental victories, but on the longer term, only collaboration actually will push us towards this different mindset. And that's why Circular Economy Beacons is creating a trustworthy network of experts. We want to build trust between all of the people that are in it So if they're in the network, they will wish to contribute back, not only to use the resources and pools, but to complement back, actually, to return back and improve the network itself. And maybe that's the final message from my side on this one. One more thing is that now I can compare only Serbia and European Union. That's one of the graphs, or two of the graphs, that I constantly and very often actually point out, is that we are really investing, what is this, 8 times less, right? Almost 10 times less. No, it's 6 times less. 6 times less in research and development than European Union. So we have to face the fact that we need to work on this. And that's the first barrier, one of the first barriers next to education, that we need to break. We need to put more funds into innovation and research. And if we don't do this, we're going to be locked in lower end jobs and something that is not fostering a true circular economy. And in the end, in Serbia, at least, we cannot really decide whether it's 5, 7, or 10% that we recycle. And I can tell you for the fact that very few percentage and very few small amounts of these are actually being recycled in Serbia. Usually that we pack and we prepare for recycling. And we need to also create a different language, and more precise language about these facts, in order to push also these numbers up. All right, so many times mentioned education and trainings. That's something that creates virtuous cycles, and that's something that will, again, I already told you, will produce different products, it will produce different projects and different initiatives. And we need to work on our micro-funding. So the funds are not really available. There are some, mainly coming from European Union part, or from major international funds such as GEF or United Nations, or not maybe in Serbia, but in different regions, big banks that are committed to circular economy. But we need to create micro-funding, and we need to enable innovation for entrepreneurs and for innovators. So these are the critical points of investments where you, even before the value of that that we don't have visible, and mostly because we don't have parameters and indicators how to measure what is circular and what is not. What is the character of a circular innovation, etc., etc. And currently we're working, or actually not we're working, but UNDP is launching one call in Serbia that is dedicated to circular innovation. Try to follow this one, and we're trying to embed these new indicators and see what would be the measurement system behind what we call circular innovation. And this is something that also Chamber of Commerce is trying to build micro-funding to small inventors in order to push this innovation towards circular economy. And at the end, there are 2 final slides that I would like to say. This is one of the canvases that we use usually in trainings, produced by Dr. Fenna Blomsma well, currently she is based in Hamburg, working as a junior professor. And one of the good things about circular economy, about linear economy, is that we're producing value constantly in our value chain, and then suddenly after we stop using it, the value is lost, and we completely go even in negative values of the product itself. And it's actually a perception that was built over years in many of the strivings to reach the consumerism, or to consumer-centered market, is that we don't need old phones, we don't need still functioning mice or washing machines, etc. our perception needs to change in a split of a second, from very, very valuable thing that we cannot live without to a complete garbage that we would like to just never see it again. So this is the main psychological thing that we need to change, and we need to prevent this value loss and value destruction only after we decided not to use products anymore. And the last slide, maybe. Yeah. Well, the last slide is that circular economy is really about prevention of waste. And you can see that all the other things here are focusing on waste reuse. So in order to prevent waste creation, we need to design different products with different mindsets. And we need to talk with industrial designers. We need to talk about the manager points and the top management of companies in order to see how and where the changes in KPIs and the ways that they are measuring their successes is possible, and to create the system that will not produce waste at all. That will be beneficial also to us and to them, well, to us and to us as business people and to us as a consumer. To conclude, the overall awareness is very low in business and consumer circles about the risk of overconsumption and the benefits of innovative circular economy. First steps are being taken in the right direction, and that's usually and mainly because of increased flow of information and increased flow of education between critical actors. Big organizations are still involved, and we will need definitely aid and support from them in coming years. But we need to start thinking about being self-sufficient in this, and that's why I was talking about building our own skill set and our own capacities. Funds are necessary to be allocated to circular solutions. So if we're talking about entrepreneurship, if we're talking about innovation, if we're talking about supporting any kind of economic activities, they need to be pushed towards circular solutions. And when I say circular solutions, I don't always mean only on materials. I also mean on energy. And without renewable energy, we're not going to close the circle. Framework in our countries is being built, but the main point is we need to synchronize and join us also next year in trying in that efforts to join different policymakers and try to create first steps towards synchronizing our policies and enable material and energy flows even with bigger transparency and better value. Practice in the field of business is almost completely absent, and that's why Circular Economy Beacons are building the network of experts between our countries, and also we're building the bridge towards Netherlands, Spain, Germany, Finland, etc., in order to, not really import, but try to transfer this knowledge and the expertise here in order to boost good implementation. And we need to unlock niche bottom-up solutions because, as I said before, we cannot overly depend on policymakers that will have only policy that will enable further on. Yes, we need to have some of the policies, but we also need to push for new requirements, so-called. And we should investigate options on industrial symbiosis, remanufacture, recondition, and other tighter cycles of circular economy, because they retain more value in our production systems, and they create more local jobs. They create higher educated jobs and higher level jobs than up until now, if we focus only on waste management and recycling. Once again, it's very necessary to have all the pieces of puzzle in place. It's not going to be easy, but that's why we're taking this quintuple helix approach to try to integrate all the opinions and create a better future for our region. And at the end, I just wanted to close with, we're carefully supporting you through systemic circular transition times, and we're really diligent about, or careful about, approaching this carefully. So we try to design the activities towards the market needs, towards you as actor needs, etc., etc. So it's one more call to enjoy this conference and really engage. I didn't see any question being posted. That's not making me happy, but okay. Really try to engage. This platform that we've set up is enabling you to share information between you, to post messages, to advertise your innovation. We want to see also you telling us what is the things that you're working on, to hear what are your pleas and what are your needs in order to support you even further, even if that means only pushing the message about you to the larger auditorium. But definitely what we aim for is a dialogue and constructive collaboration for the future, because we need this. That's from my side. I almost lost my voice. Hopefully there are some questions, and if not, I think they're slowly approaching to the end, right? 11:40. Okay, so we have 3 more minutes, right? No? Okay. So if there are no more questions, I would then, if there are no any questions, I would then leave this session to the next one, and invite Tim to join me, because now we're going to talk in a different matter. We're going to talk about workshops, and we're going to talk about how the cities can thrive with circular economy approaches. This should be a highly interactive workshop, so please, let's have Tin and Tana in a couple of minutes on the stage. Before that, we can relax for 3 or 4 minutes, and we're back online. Thank you very much.
Great. Hi, Milan. You've promoted me to a panelist. Good morning, I think. Can you hear me, Tim here?
Yeah, Tim, we can hear you.
Okay, super. It's Tina here.
Yeah, she is. I believe she is.
Tim. Hi, Tim. It's Milan.
Hey, morning.
Hey, good morning.
So I think it's going to be easiest if you, are there many people? Are you able to make me a host or co-host? Or will you do the breakout? I think we decided it'd be easiest if I could do the breakout controls.
Right, that's on Collective Vibe. They have to make you a host. But guys, do you have breakouts in this webinar part, or you have different setup? All
right. Tim is already promoted to co-host, so he has a co-host option.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi, Tim. Good to see you.
I don't think I don't have the breakout rooms function though. I have Q&A. I can share my screen.
This is Zoom webinars, so it's I think it does not even have a breakout room options. I'll have to check. Yeah.
But we will need breakouts, right, Tim? We need breakouts, or we can facilitate this in one room.
That was the plan. I can always flex. Anything is possible.
Yeah, let's see how to find the breakout rooms, and
That's what we talked about on Friday. But
okay. If that's a major complication, then we'll stay, and if we can facilitate for this. Let's wait for a few minutes and see what Collective Vibe tells us. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll check what we can do here.
Tina, are you here? Do you want to do a quick sound check? Can you see my Miro sharing all right, Milan? And that's all you can see? Yeah, great.
I can see your PDF actually. I think it's PDF or no, it's
It's just straight in the Miro board, yeah.
Okay, Miro, okay.
Your agenda
All right,
and everything on the left.
Great.
Cool.
So at this moment, we would like to invite all the participants that are wishing to contribute with interactive in an interactive way to click on a little button that is on the bottom left side of your platform that says join Zoom meeting, and in that way you will be joining directly to Zoom environment. And you will be able to speak, share, raise hands, and we can see we can see and hear you.
Guys, just to check, have you added Tanner as a panelist as well? We can't hear her yet.
No?
Yeah, she's, if I'm correct, she's using Tiana Popovic account for her Zoom. She wrote me that is the Tiana. And I don't know, I'm gonna ask you to unmute.
No?
Because there are no Tena accounts here. Tena Petrovic, yeah, if I'm right.
Yeah, there is
she's not amongst the participants or panelists.
Yep.
She's logged in as Healthy Clean Cities. Tina, you need to update your.
Okay.
Hi, Tina. It's Tiana.
Okay. Just put Healthy Clean Cities. AIT
yeah,
Climate.
I just promoted the Healthy Clean Cities and the.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, I don't know what happened. I just wasn't able to find the microphone icon, the button on my screen. So I actually.
You're just in as an attendee.
And I also then, logged in with my personal account and with my Healthy Clean Cities. But anyhow, all things are sorted now, so that's good.
If you click on your name in the participants list.
Yeah.
And then click on the More drop down, you can rename yourself. Sometimes Zoom remembers too much.
I can do that for you. That shouldn't be a problem. I can do it for you.
So Milan, and team, just to confirm, so we don't have the breakout rooms function in this one, is that right?
So Collective Vibe team, can we provide this? Can we switch?
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the answer, but no, I think the Zoom webinar doesn't have a breakout room option, only Zoom meetings.
Okay.
And this is the Zoom webinar license, so.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's live with that. No problem. We'll we'll have a larger group together, and we won't break out anywhere. And
so I shouldn't call them for a major interaction, but the sporadic interaction. Is that the case?
You'll have to let me. I'll do a quick redesign. We'll have a 5-minute break in the middle, and we can do I'll do a quick redesign at that point. No problem.
Okay. So first of all, I would just like to announce Tim Taylor and Tana from a project that is governing clean cities, creating thriving communities in our urban environment, and that is also a project that has wide impacts throughout the Balkan Peninsula in several cities and several countries. They will be talking more about this. Thank you very much for joining us, and I hope that this will be a higher interactive, not panel, but a workshop where we have 2 experts in driving communities into thriving communities, and we'll dedicate next hour and a half in order to inform you, but more importantly, even to engage with you as participants, in order to understand how can circular economy bring the communities, cities and rural communities together, and how can we build a better future, again, together in collaboration. Tim and Tana, thank you very much for joining us. And with this, I would like to mute myself slowly and leave you have your wonderful hour and a half. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Milan, thanks a lot for the invitation, and great to join you all this morning and going into the early afternoon. Looking forward to finding out a little bit more who's here about halfway through. So today we're going to be using this Miro to navigate through the session until just after 1 o'clock. So I'm Tim from Koromako, and I guess lead on steering and creating what we're calling thriving communities, which we're going to talk to you a little bit more about today in context of mission-led change and circular economy. Tana's going to give you some more insights into some of the work with cities that we are already doing across the region. And all of this, I guess, setting up for exploring new connections and really interested to see how we might, for those we haven't met before, find ways to work together. So you can see here on the Miro, which I'll share the link a little bit later as well. The first half is going to be content from us, but we'll share the link and you'll be able to come in here, one, to add to the Miro as we go into the interactive session in the second half, but also to come back to this. We'll leave this up as a resource to come back to in the future. There's a lot of links and things in here, so you can come back. So we're not using slides, we'll use this instead, but also don't feel like you have to write anything down really until we ask you to. You'll be able to come back and have a look at this later if you wish. So we will have a bit of an interactive session in the second half, as I said, and have a little bit of time at the end to reflect on where we might go from here. You'll see I've set this up around doing some breakout groups, but we'll adjust that and have a common group, which I think we'll be able to manage just fine. So back to the beginning of the story. That's the agenda, which I've summarized briefly now. We're going to talk a little bit about mission-led change and what does that mean and why do we think it's important and how do we go about trying to help communities with this approach. As I said, we'll take a short break and then have a little bit of interactive with you and really looking forward to briefly and as best as we can in this digital environment, meeting you all as well. A little bit of background information on myself and Tana here, which again, we won't spend too much time on now, but you're welcome to come back to. Just by way of introduction, these panels that you'll see sort of scattered across this Miro, the ones that have the medium icon, are all links to articles that sort of share a little bit more about this work, which you can come back to later. Just in terms of how that works in Miro, you click on it and then just click on this little arrow of the source and it will take you to the web link. So I'm not going to start with circular economy per se. What I wanted to build on is Europe has been thinking about how to pivot the way we try and bring about change, and particularly with a view to informing European funding programs, etc. And we're really happy because I think this idea of missions is very similar to and really parallels the work we try and do with communities. And it essentially comes down to, we're doing a lot of good stuff, we're trying hard, we're doing lots of interesting projects. But if we step back and look in context of the challenges the world and our communities really face, it's not adding up to enough. And the idea with a mission is to set yourselves a goal that is tangible and defined, not too far away. A decade is sort of probably the upper limit of what's useful. Setting goals for 2040 or 2050 aren't actually, by all means we can set them, but they don't focus our attention. And the analogy, the most common analogy is, of course, the commitment to put people on the moon within the decade. And in setting that mission, and of course, we can frame lots of others, and that's what we're going to come to in the second half. We don't know how to do that. We can imagine how we might do it. We can sort of imagine that it could be possible. Well, now we can imagine, but in the 60s, no one knew how to put somebody yet on the moon. Had lots of research and innovation and experiments and ideas, but not a plan on exactly how all that came together. And if you say we're going to put somebody on the moon in 30 or 40 years from now, it leaves people lots of space to kind of keep doing interesting things without the sort of urgency and pressure to actually do it fast enough. And the idea is sort of adopt that thinking and bring it into the change that we actually really have to see. So a key one for cities in Europe is the Mission Board has framed this as, let's have 100 climate neutral cities in Europe by 2030. With the added factor, which is great, around this being done by and for citizens. So it's not just a technical solve climate emissions challenge, but it's also a collaboration challenge. There are others, but it's worth, there are other possible missions, and of course there could have been a circular cities mission. I would argue that ultimately these things all kind of come to something quite similar in the end. But for many good reasons, they've chosen to focus for cities on climate neutrality. Just to quickly touch on some of the key elements of this, and I don't have time to go into this in huge detail, but there's some key points around what the Cities Mission Board is recommending. We feel are also emulated in how we try to approach the work, that are also quite different to how most places and communities are working on climate action or other really big challenges at the moment. It's have a strategy that's actually designed around a mission. Very often our strategies are designed around broadly what we would like and sort of incrementally what we feel like we can do next, but they're not actually really designed around achieving a mission. Make sure that there's something contractual in place that pulls stakeholders together to work on this, and also think very hard about a new model of governance. And where they say city, I would say we could say community. It's not relevant just to cities. And this is a relatively strong but important statement. The present silo-based form of governance, designed and developed for traditional city operations and services, cannot drive an ambitious climate transition, or I would argue a circular economy transition, or an equity and fairness, or a peace transition, or many other really radical changes that we would need to see happen across the world. There's a focus on process and by and for citizens. So different ways of working together and getting beyond incremental change and into something much more systemic, and finding ways to do that as a community, not just through a few institutions. which obviously makes things harder, lots harder in terms of how we work. But it's also getting to the roots of why how we work today isn't creating the change that we actually need. They talk about 5 key enablers. I will reflect back to that from sort of our perspective a little bit more. A new form of funding and financing, obviously critical to this. We also work with the material economics team, but they've sort of come up with a number of 10,000 euros per citizen to get the job done in Europe. So that turns pretty quickly into an investment of 96 billion in the next 10 years that has to happen. Now that far exceeds what's on offer, even through the large budgets and stuff from Europe. So how do you, for this area, how do you bring together the resources that are needed to get that job done? But also really looking in terms of that as an investment case, not just as a cost. So there's also 4 other missions that have been set late this year. A very similar one, and actually one we're focused on the moment in context of the Green Deal call, is focused on climate resilience as opposed to mitigation, and regions as opposed to cities, but has many of those similar elements in terms of what's recommended. And again, it's a 10-year horizon, slightly more abstract perhaps, but how to really accelerate towards a resilient and just, so a much more fair social system in Europe by 2030. There are 2 very complementary missions around this as well, around fixing our waters that are polluted and unhealthy in the main, fixing our soils, which are polluted and unhealthy in the main. And the 5th of these key missions that is around cancer, which is obviously really important, but a little bit further away from kind of place-based change that we focus on. And I would say all of these missions are relevant to a circular economy. A circular economy is a means, not an ends. Having a circular economy can help us achieve all of these missions, which I think is why there's not really a circular economy mission per se, but they're obviously really intertwined. So here's an article we've done sort of exploring also some of the funding opportunities in terms of the regional support. There's a big Green Deal call now happening around the cities, etc. So this is really, these mission reports are really going to frame, I think, a lot of the thinking. So also a key takeaway from this is if you want to be in a position to really harness the opportunities that European funding offers in the next period, very sensible to be getting ahead of this kind of mission-led thinking, be laying the foundations for being able to start doing this type of work differently, be honest with yourselves about what you're going to have to change to be able to do that well. But then I think there'll be a wealth of opportunities. So it's a really exciting time in Europe, I think, at the moment. It is, you know, it's not going to be perfect, but it is a big pivot in thinking around what gets funded and how we should be working. So I think the key takeaways from this, though, is a climate action mission is really important and not sufficient. But the key elements that they're recommending are universal, I would say, across most things. So to come into how we're working, which reflects many elements of this. But I guess starting from, for me, an important framing for the mission is Kate Raworth's diagram, her donut diagram, they call it. Climate change is one of many planetary systems that we are breaking. And the ones that aren't red on this diagram is more from a lack of data than a fact that they're not a problem. So it's a little bit misleading in that sense. Biodiversity loss is probably, obviously they're very deeply intertwined, but probably more of a problem, or it might get us first. And these are at a planetary level, and what's quite interesting is to bring these down to a local level. You see things like air pollution become, like Tena will talk about some of the examples, but in Niš and Skopje in the last weeks, you know, if there's anything that's really critical, that's the biggest red kind of flashing section of the outer here, the ecological systems that we are mostly breaking. It's also really important to think about the social foundation, and that everybody in our communities in the 21st century, with all the resources we've managed to harness to sort of the ends of humanity, everybody should have clean water, good food, as healthy a lifestyle as possible, access to energy, good quality, affordable housing, income and work, equity and peace and justice. So these are very well established. They're reflected in the Sustainable Development Goals, well-being frameworks, etc. So our mission really is, and as Kate Raworth calls it, is to get into the donut, is to ensure that everybody has this, the means to live well without breaking our local and global ecological systems. You know, this diagram shows for at a planetary level, we're failing significantly. And working on these things in a sort of fractalized, incremental way is not solving it, which is really what the city's mission is saying, that in terms of climate change mitigation. But the story is very similar. So we do really try to sort of look at this as holistically as possible, while obviously we have to start somewhere in terms of work in and with communities. So there is a bit more you can explore here, and I don't have time today to go through all of it, but to this sort of metaphor we use of a tree, we need to work on all of these things to kind of get into the donut: water, energy, food, employment, as I said. But often we launch into those thinking about them as projects without spending a complementary amount of time and effort working on what does it take to make that change possible. And if we do, say, an energy project and let's say a solar power project, relatively technically simple, many reasons that they are proving harder than they should, often related to policy, etc. Now very economic. So we should be doing, across the Southeast Europe region, there should be as much solar power production as technically possible in the next 3, 4, 5 years, because there's no technical constraint to that or economic constraint to that really anymore. What makes it hard is actually much more to do with how we organize. Are we working well enough together? Are our economies supporting that transition to renewable energy? Are our policies in place? Are we using digital technologies to their full effect? And that's one of the key areas we work on, what we call the enablers of change. Which again, there's some more information here about that. But essentially, they're the roots of the tree. Take care of your tree. When you want to take care of a tree, you spend the time planting it and taking care of the system below the ground. If you do that well, it largely takes care of itself after that, except for a little bit of pruning. And yet often we spend so much of our energy thinking about kind of branches and leaves, projects and actions and service providers, where it's actually the stuff below the ground is essentially all people. It's all human systems. There are no laws of physics at play here, but actually in many ways that's what makes it so much harder. So time and time again, when we work with teams and communities around what's hard, it's all of this stuff. It's not something that an engineer can typically solve for you. So trying to carve out the space to really work on that is one key priority. I've talked about mission-led change and why. It's easier said than done, and it's relatively easy to frame a mission. To stick to it is something we're all learning and need to keep learning to do. And it does really need us to reframe how we work. And as we say here, reframing in mindset and ways of working and thinking in terms of a 10-year transformation process as opposed to 1, 2, 3 year projects, even though mostly that's what various schemes want to fund. So how to get beyond project work and into something that can hold a transformation process. As I say, that's something we're all really learning to do. And so constantly learning is a key part of our approach as well. How to really reflect on what we've tried before and hasn't, what have we done well, but what haven't we? What hasn't been good enough, and how do we keep doing better? I will pretty much wrap shortly. I guess last piece on this is thinking about the teams that can hold that work and the organizing models. And back to the tree, this is like the trunk of the tree. If you want to sort of harness all the energy from the roots and get your tree to grow really well, you need a solid trunk of the tree. So how do we organize ourselves to be able to do this work? And as a rule, that's not the job of any one organization as it exists today. Municipalities, NGOs, government, private sector, everyone has a role to play, but by definition, nobody is responsible for the whole mission. So how to kind of actually form ways of working, again, in our community that in these collaboration models and governance models that allow us to take a different approach. And again, it is much easier said than done, but really critical. While it's only one of the sort of 12 enablers, we put a really big early focus on investment structures, the economic case for this transformation, and the mechanisms, like how do we get from spending the sort of millions or billions that are generally sort of millions or hundreds of millions that are on offer through existing funding programs to the kind of billions that actually need to be deployed. This is a greater, as we say here, speed and scale than anyone is really managing at the moment. So if you were expecting us to show up with easy answers today, I have to disappoint you. You can see that these are all spaces to work in, sort of a framework and a structure. It is an exciting time in that we believe that this is work that we've been developing through the Climate Kit community over the last few years. It's really reinforced by the recommendations of the mission boards. There's a huge amount to do. So we're excited to explore with you whether there are new opportunities for collaboration today. And building a circular economy, and I hope you can see, is a critical part of this work. It will really help to accelerate these missions. So it's definitely a key strand of part of all of this work. With that, I'm going to hand over to Tena, who's going to take my sort of abstract overview and give you a little, at least a taste of some of how this is playing out with 5 of the cities that we are working with so far.
Thank you, Tim, for this intro session.
It's probably simplest, Tena, if I just leave this here and you.
Sure. Yeah, I can also. Yeah, I can also open my screen as well. But so as Tim said, I'm Tena. I'm based in Zagreb in Croatia, and I've been working on various urban development projects for the past 10 years or so in the region, primarily in the areas of energy, environment, and placemaking. And Tim and I, we are running this project called, or an initiative called Future Cities of Southeast Europe. And basically the team involved in the project is a seed team, which is part of the overarching team behind the bid of the Green Deal regions call that we will be putting the bid together with. And so I will now try and kind of translate some of the more abstract, more vague terms that Tim spoke so nicely about, and kind of translate it to more concrete terms. And also just wanted to say thank you, Milan and Tiana and the whole team for inviting us. I'm really happy that we were given this chance, particularly because I was just going through the participants list and I saw that we have currently listening us, we have Jože from Maribor Department for the Spatial Planning, we have Stella and we have Georgia from the Niche Office for the Local Development. So these are just some of the partners that we are working with in the Future Cities of Southeast project. Okay, so it was about a year and a half ago. It was, I think, April of 2019 when all of us kind of got together in Zagreb, and all 5 city teams, so Niš, Križevci, Sarajevo, Skopje, and Maribor, various organizations, individuals, including some of the city mayors, we all got together and came up with this overarching all 5 cities relevant city mission called Creating the Best Possible Cities to Live, Work, and Visit by 2025. So this is obviously something that relates to all of the cities. It's not too specific. And then we kind of got into more specific and details with some of the goals. And we have 4 goals that we have set ourselves up for, with some of the years, so concrete deadlines. such as bringing air quality in our cities to within World Health Organization recommended limits by 2023, achieving circular and net zero greenhouse gas emission economies by 2030, ensure that by 2025, all members of our community have equitable access to some of the fundamentals of well-being, so affordable and decent housing, healthcare, education, mobility, food. So all of those kind of assets and issues that form part of our well-being. And then finally, one more related to mitigation, reduce year on year the impacts of heat and flooding on our communities. So those 5 cities, I will just slightly zoom in to see what I have on my screen. So let's start with Križevci. Križevci, definitely the smallest in our cohort. They have approximately 22,000 people, divided approximately half of them living in the more urban area and another half more rural around the city. And regardless of their small size, they really are the Croatian frontrunner in terms of becoming an energy independent city by 2030. They have a very young mayor and in general, very active community of local people who are all very, very eager to see their city becoming a 100% clean and renewable city by 2030. They have 2 solar power plants which were crowdfunded, meaning their citizens lent money to a local Zagreb-based, but actually local organization, a cooperative, in order to set up and install those 2 solar power plants. They were huge successes, both of them, and managed to raise the finances needed in less than 48 hours. And the bigger one, which required some 23,000 euros to be harnessed, this money was collected in less than 2 days. They have just set up a local energy cooperative, which is endorsed by the city themselves, and the team behind Click will actually be kind of the motor, the engine of the mission-led and Yes We Can work in the city from 2021 onwards. Some of the focus areas of the city that the city and the city team is currently looking at include constructing a very big utility scale a solar power plant of approximately 7 megawatts, which is being constructed together with the national power company HEP. They also have quite a lot of vacant city-owned spaces around the city. In one of those vacant areas, they plan to develop an eco-district, which will comprise of various sustainable urbanism kind of streams, such as pedestrianized areas, PVs on the roofs, green infrastructure, and then something very similar to that, but on a smaller scale. They're also focusing on city gardens, which will be some kind of a regenerative plots for food production. And then apart from the focus areas, which are more kind of short-term, more ready to be implemented, do not require such big impetus behind them, kind of, we also distinguish something which we call big picture propositions, which basically come down to more serious, more overarching work, something that has the potential and the power to attract a wider community around, something that the community will never compromise on, and something which actually does require a longer period of time to get implemented. And some of those big picture propositions in Križevci, which then can actually comprise numerous projects, not just one, so hence they're not projects, include turning Križevci and its wider region into the regenerative region, so regenerative food practices, setting up agricultural cooperatives, short supply chains, things like that. Then continuation of the work of the energy transition, such as turning 1,000 households in Križevci, putting PVs onto their roofs, using the geothermal potential, because Križevci are quite big on geothermal, and setting up new solar power plants for district heating, and in general implementing some of the more electric vehicles throughout the city, together with the charging stations. Okay, I'll try to accelerate this session of mine. Moving quickly to Sarajevo. Sarajevo, together with Niš and together with Skopje, actually forms part of this trio with the severe, most kind of polluted, especially during winter, quality of air, primarily coming down to the fact that all three of them are situated in a valley, and during winter they use very unsustainable fuels for heating, including even car tires, which definitely then reflect in very, very poor air quality. Sarajevo in general has, on top of that, very complicated, complex governance structure. The city is being comprised from 4 municipalities, 1 city, and then also a cantonal level, which of course complicates issues when it comes down to decision making. One of the more kind of potent social innovations which we have seen 2 years ago in the city of Sarajevo is the setup of a City Mind Lab, which is a voluntary multidisciplinary group which was established together with the city of Sarajevo and UN Development Program, which already counts more than, I think it's 440 people right now, so individuals, all doing voluntary work and coming up with more bold, more innovative ideas which have the power to transform the city. Some of the top city challenges include, as I said, improving the air quality, retrofitting their buildings, kind of sorting up very messy property ownership status, public transportation, and in general, relatively poor kind of lack of trust in the city-led or publicly owned, publicly led organizations, which usually are kind of accompanied with corruption. Some of the big picture propositions that the city and citizens themselves have proposed include cleaning the Miljacka River, also regenerating the banks of the river. And actually, this is an interesting story because this potential project has already been in place in 2011. And I think until today, there are 274 different project proposals. In the end, none of those 270 got implemented, and they're all stuck in somebody's drawer. So this is one that we are really focused on kind of heavily. Energy mobility, including pilot projects for electric buses, electric taxis, and electric bicycles, including the supporting infrastructure. Moving on to Niš. The city of Niš was ranked as 7th in the Financial Times European Cities and Regions of the Future in 2018-2019. And I would say that probably the majority of this work has been accelerated by our core project partners, the City of Niš Office for Local Economic Development. This is the first city in Serbia to implement an integrated sustainable development strategy and action plan using a participatory approach. And this is very important because this participatory approach is very kind of strong in the city today. They have organized and continue to do so regardless of the COVID issues, various events with the citizens, NGOs, associations on territorial development, on placemaking, with the final result of setting up a shared vision of the city by 2027. And this is something which will also feed into the city development strategy, which is currently being, I think it's in its final phase of preparation. Some of the focus areas of the city also include air pollution, retrofit of buildings with a more specific introduction of new codes and new standards of energy performance, construction of a big wastewater treatment plant with additional treatment of sludge, and then continuing the current very positive and strong work in terms of blockchain technologies. Big picture propositions that we have seen so far include this very nicely named Niš on Nišava project, which come down to maximizing the value from the river, meaning regenerating the waterfront, potentially cleaning the river in terms of being able to swim in it, and bringing back some of the fish which are not there anymore. Then also urban mobility, such as putting green infrastructure throughout the city, connecting currently disjointed parts of the city with the walkways, the pathways, parks, green areas for cycling, for walking. And then a big idea of regenerating the abandoned railway corridor, which currently divides the city, because this corridor is planned for removal and it's quite long. It has the length of 14 kilometers. Skopje, one of the trio of cities with very strong, very strongly kind of accentuated air quality issues. It was one of the 10 most polluted cities globally in the 2016-2018 period. One of the kind of highlights that we've seen and our project partners in the city are SmartUp City Lab, an organization, an NGO, which is running the Skopje Lab, which was the first public sector innovation lab set up in the Balkans in 2017. Also set up by the city of Skopje together with the UN Development Program, so similar to the lab that is set up in Sarajevo. They're now looking into setting up a city foundation, which will be continuing and accelerating the mission-led work and the more transformative actions, and it will be backed up by the city, which is quite important. And one of the initiatives that they are now developing, which is currently in place, is the local government impact investment model. So this actually goes beyond the city of Skopje itself. It's more of a national idea and initiative, because as probably throughout the Balkans, the majority of budgets that cities have come from the central government, and there is only so much that they can do with this amount of money, but still they can leverage it and use it to kind of to make some more and better impact, greener impact, create public values. So they're looking on setting up different schemes, incentivizing schemes on how local governments can put their public money to better use in a way. Their portfolio of actions, focus areas, is focused on air pollution, waste issues, green infrastructure, public spaces, public transportation, renewable energy, and digitalization of public services. So really a whole plethora of issues which any city would benefit from. Some of the big picture propositions include Zero Waste Skopje, Smart Skopje, which is basically a vision for a digitally driven society, quite a tech-savvy idea behind it, and then revising the cityscape by redesigning public spaces and putting in place more innovative, more creative, more hands-on governance. Finally, the fifth city, the second city that is in the EU from the cohort of our 5 cities, this is Maribor. Second biggest Slovenian city, which is also a regional capital of Štajerska region. Maribor used to be home to heavy industry, including chemicals, engineering, electrical, and aluminium. And even today, they are home to Magna, a very big company producing car parts. It was a European capital of culture in 2012. Some of the focus areas the city has include preparation of green circular economy and green infrastructure projects, primarily along the Drava River, and in general, nature-based solution is something that Maribor team is looking into at the moment. Smart and sustainable mobility as well, which actually includes intelligent mobility systems,
greenhouses, so an overarching project which includes more sustainable use and production of food and treatment of soil, community allotment gardens for organic food, biodiversity and inclusiveness, activation of the area at the western edge of the city, next to one small island on Drava, and then finally applying the city to the 100 climate neutral cities by 2030 goal. Big picture propositions include regeneration of River Drava waterfront and Maribor as a biocity, so a bigger focus on bioeconomy. So as you can see, those are the 5 of our cities, and there is some kind of maybe a general thread going on in all, not 5 of them, but in 3 of them. Maribor, Niš, and Sarajevo have quite heavy emphasis on regenerating the rivers, waterfronts, public spaces and placemaking along the riverbanks. All 5 cities are very heavily focused on retrofit and improving the air quality, as well as putting in place electrical mobility and green infrastructure. So those are some of the key threads, and probably do kind of show you how some of the more abstract general terms that Tim was talking about, how they manifest in more specific terms. So this will be all from my side. Tim.
Great, thanks a lot.
Ben.
Thanks a lot, Tina. Can you hear me again? So yeah, hopefully that gives you a quick flavor through sort of the logic of the work and the approach we try to take, and as Tina said, how this is developing so far with 5 key cities. And those are foundations that we look forward to building on with those city teams. As you can see, the first phase has been supported through EIT Climate Kick, but 2021 will really be a period of shifting on to other funding for that work, as well as new funding, including things like the Green Deal call with other communities across the region. Let's take a few minutes, I guess. If you have some questions, we'd be really happy to answer them, and then we look forward to sort of having half an hour for as much of an exchange as we can manage in this digital world. But yeah, I think for now, if there's some questions, either post them directly into the Q&A window, address them to everyone, or I think if you probably click on the raise hand button, then the Collective Vibe team could give you the floor.
So Tim, I would only like to point out one more information. Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for the presentation of the method that you're taking. It's very impactful when we see that urban or city leaders are taking another mindset of how to tackle innovation and how to tackle development in their own cities. I could personally see this in the city of Niš while talking and while actually experiencing a completely new level of discussion that we had with them. So thank you for the great effort you made and the results that you created. And the information that we wanted to share with everyone is that after a break that we will have 5 minutes, you will be able to join. Actually, we ask you to join another Zoom link that will facilitate for breakout rooms, and they will facilitate for the session to be continued as intended. Being that this is it's currently posted. Sorry, it's currently posted in the chat, and it will be posted also in a public chat for everyone that are following over the stream. But
is this a separate call, Milan? Sorry, like it's a separate Zoom link. Sorry.
Yes, it will be a separate Zoom link. Please don't click on it now. Yeah. Let's click on it just after we finish this part and when we go to break.
I tell you what, I think. Sorry to change things around. Let's just, we can stay here, I think, and just keep it simpler. Just to kind of, in terms of time and everything else, let's just stay here and have one session together. I think we'll manage.
Yeah. So the better, much better discussion will be had in this different Zoom. It's a bit of organization from our side that we need to do. So it will be much better discussion in this one.
You want us to change, or?
Yeah. I think it's that will be a great option for everyone, actually.
Okay.
Because then people will be able to talk and freely express them, not over Q&A section, etc.
Oh, okay. So no one can speak through this one at all.
Yeah, that's only a webinar, like a Q&A, and that's it.
Okay,
so I would ask after a break for everyone that is in Zoom environment to click on the link that is currently posted on chat. And for everyone that is currently watching the stream, join us in hall 3. This is the hall where we will organize everything for streaming as well.
Gotcha.
But we strongly encourage everyone to join via Zoom platform, because it's going to be much more interactive, and you will be able to exchange experiences and your ideas in this one.
Okay, so let's take a break now then, and then reconvene on that, and then we can take any questions. It sounds like that's going to work technically better.
Amazing.
As you go on a break, you can have a little bit of a think about this as you make a coffee. This is what we'd like to work on together in the second round. So here you have a little chance to think about it. So individually, and this is really just an exercise to, we're interested to hear what you think, and also just to kind of, I guess, internalize this mission-led idea. So you can write it down on paper for a start. When we come back in the other link, we'll share the Miro and you'll be able to add it straight in. But maybe write it down for yourself. What would you make the mission for your community? Don't worry about your job. Don't worry about whether you can influence it. Focus on what you and your community needs and what do you want to see change. Don't be limited by money, politics, or any other challenges. Those get solved along the way. That's part of the mission. And set a date. Doesn't have to be 2030, but it should be within the next decade. What do you want to see happen, by when, and how would you frame that as a mission for your community? That's what we'll be sharing. There'll be a little bit of time to write that down, but give it some thought as we have a break. Let's reconvene on the new link that Milan has shared. From my clock, it's going to be 12:38 CET. If you're in another time zone, it's still going to end in 38. We'll see you all in 5 minutes.
In 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Tim.
All right.
Again, I would just like to post this important information for everyone that is in Zoom environment and following Tim's session. Please click on the link now that is currently posted in chat. And for everyone that is following this conference via streaming, please click on the link that was also posted by Alexandra, and you will directly go to Zoom environment. Or if you want only to continue watching this, just click on the hall 3 and you'll be set in the same environment and continuing to follow this via a stream link. So thank you very much and see you in 5 minutes.
So yeah, if you click on the link, you're going to get a leave and join option. So
yeah. Sure.
All right. See you all soon.
See you. So we would also like, oh great, attendees leaving is actually a good thing now. So once again, please go on the chat option and you can see a Zoom link posted there. Just click on it and you'll be transferred directly to a Zoom environment. Once again, all attendees that are in hall 1 following this session, please click on the Zoom link that is in chat option to be transferred to another more participatory environment where we can exchange experiences, talk more freely, and be actually engaged. Engaged? Not engaged in that terms. More active. All right, we have 9 more attendees. We would really like you to join us in another room. If you have questions, also you can post questions on Q&A section. If not, just please click on the link. Amazing, we're seeing progress. So we have only a couple of attendees here. Miss. Great. We will be closing this this session soon, so please just join us in another Zoom link. If not, just join Hold 3 if you're watching this over stream, so we can continue with the session. Thank you. Collective-wide support, please just stay here in order to just inform people that are still in this room just to click on the link and follow the session in Hold 3 because I need to leave. Thank you.
Not a problem, I'm here, don't worry.
Thank you.
To anyone who didn't transfer, you have a transfer link in the chat of this meeting, so you can transfer to another more interactive Zoom.
Here we are back again in Hall 1, where we are going to talk about AIT Climate Kick initiatives on Western Balkans, as well as on the support that this program is having, and why, what are the reasons for this, etc., etc. I will actually wait for maybe 2 more minutes, just for people to allow people to rejoin or to change their halls, and we will start in maybe 2 or 3 minutes. But by then, I would ask the Collective Vibe personnel to allow Annalisa to become panelist, because we need to talk. So, Collective Vibe, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. Can you please promote Annalisa Spalazzi to panelist?
Of course.
Thanks.
Sorry, we were having some issues and we were looking into how to resolve them.
Okay.
Hi, hello, good morning.
Hi, Annalisa.
Hi, Milan.
It's really good to see you. So, wow, you need really a strong computer power to do all these things. Beautiful. I don't know if you can hear me or hear me. Can you see me or hear me? Yes? Because on my end, it's a little bit buggy, but there we go, back again. All right. So welcome to the session where we are going to delve deeper in the world of AIT Climate Kick as a organization, or an institute actually, that, and in this sense, it's a knowledge and innovation center that promotes and that actually leads our way and helps us in many cases and in many areas in order to facilitate innovation, systemic innovation, and to go towards a climate neutral society. Climate Kick and all the partners have been creating projects and delivering projects in in many years before, and Climate Kick was one of the players, or actually the main player, that has supported creation of circular economy beacons that connects. Currently, they connect seven countries in Balkan area. So that's one of the goals of circular economy beacons, to connect the region in one single goal, and that is to accelerate the right and innovative circular economy. So with me today is Annalisa Spalazzi. As always, it's a great pleasure to talk with you and to see you in this setup. And first of all, I would like to enjoy our talk more than be too formal about it. So how are you? How are you these last days of 2020? What is the overall feeling and the overall lesson learned after this year?
Hi, everyone. Hi, Milan. It's always a pleasure for me to speak to you and to all our colleagues and partners across Europe. Well, how I feel, I think like everyone a bit overwhelmed of the different year that we have lived. But actually, I feel I'm still open for a lot of surprises. Like when I joined the conference today and I saw all the portal, I was kind of amazed, and I was like, how far can we go in creativity? So it was a kind of a good mood for me to start the day. And yeah, I think that we are still positive because we have been really on creative mood. So, and you, how are you feeling at this important event?
Thanks very much. Well, it's it is one of the last events in our portfolio. I'm a little bit relieved because we managed to pile up everything that we plan to do, and the effects are just starting to ramp up, and that's what makes me happy, even though it was really a difficult one in regards to all the transition towards online business. But that's a new reality, and that's why at the beginning we said we have to build back better and to be more adaptive to the circumstances that are coming. So just constantly innovate, and in our mission is innovate in circular way is the way that we see it forward. Thanks for asking. Okay, instead of we have a bunch of questions here before us, and the first one that I would like to start is what is the AAT Climate Kick direction in regards to circular economy? Because there are many initiatives that you support that are cross-boundary, that are collaborative by nature, that entangle this systemic thinking. Let's try to share a couple of words about this, and also we can talk, or if you want to share the presentation, we can start with the presentation and then move forward with conversation.
Sure. Well, I think we can start conversation, and I have some supportive slides that can help when there are some concepts that maybe can also help our audience to follow. But probably to start, it's good also to have a bit of a overview, as you said, on what is Climate Kick and what is our approach for circular economy. Maybe we can start saying on what KIC stands for. So as you said, a knowledge innovation community. So whatever we are doing, we do through the network for community and through innovation. Also, we are tackling climate change with the innovation approach. But what we have realized in the 10 years of activities that have been working on education, entrepreneurship, so supporting a lot of startups, innovation projects, was that you need a system approach to the overall challenge. Otherwise, all the actions that we are taking without responding to each other and being single point solutions are not really leading to the change that we are seeing. And that's something that actually we had not realized alone, but with our set of partners, let's say, so the overall community. And that's why also we are inspired ourselves when we have projects like Circular Economy Beacons, for example, because we are really trying to work on the ecosystem and how we can change the whole ecosystem of innovation. So we talk about system innovation, and I will share just one slide because I think will be helpful to grasp what we mean and also what it means for circular economy context. You should be seeing it. Let me make it a bit bigger, like this. Voila. And why I'm showing this one exactly is because it shows a bit what we mean with system approach. So it doesn't mean that whatever we are doing as an action is responding to all the challenges, but that everything we are doing has to be connected with the other actions we are implementing. So it means firstly that we have to know. So we have to map, we have to understand, and we have to know our system, and then we can act. But we have to be really understanding what we are changing. And that's also the approach that we are having in circular economy. And as you can see, this is actually responding very well together because system innovation and circular economy are really matching. Also because circular economy is a concept that talks to everyone. It talks to citizens and raise awareness. It talks to policymakers. It talks to businesses. So it's something that can really lead us to a change and can really lead us to understand system innovation and so the change. That's why this is also one of the maximum priority that we are considering in Climate Kick, and many of our activities are really connected to how we can implement the system innovation approach with circular economy.
Yeah, so basically, if we're talking about systems and system thinking and systems innovation, it's a rather new concept, at least for people that I constantly communicate to or collaborate with. And it's really about knowing it, and and on the other side, it's meta talk if we don't delve into this and start mapping these connections, actors, the ways the systems can be changed. It's a completely new way of seeing how the development, and part of development is innovation also, is going to be pushed. Is there any experience or any drawbacks that you saw in this kind of understanding of when you talk to peers, or when you talk to colleagues, or when you talk to partners even, how to embed their systemic thinking and systems innovation in their everyday conduct, in their planning, in their deliverables, etc., etc.?
Absolutely, and you are perfectly right, which is not easy, and if probably we are not yet working in these directions, and we need innovation to do it, is because it's not so easy, and we need to be even more creative probably than what we have been now in the last period, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
But indeed, the idea of thinking of it is really to not try to answer to all the questions, because this is really causing very much this sense of overwhelming. And also we have seen, and we are being active in climate activities together, we know how it's difficult also for people to imagine when you talk about climate change, because it's something that you think you cannot act on it. So if you speak about system innovation and you don't give people the direction on what is their role in this system, this might really cause just that people feel lost and will not really act, but be back in the negative mood. So what we are acting as our first actions in our programs and activities is really to have this mapping, this picture, so that we can really identify where every organizations and every actor fits in this overall picture, and to make understand that this is a point of the system that we are changing, and this is probably acting other reactions. But firstly, you have to have really visually, so the network mapping in this case are working really, really well, so that you can position yourself and what is the change that you are enabling. And then to realize that you need to be in a portfolio, which is also another concept that is at the core of our business, but also that you are part of a portfolio, that you are delivering a specific result that, if it's connected to others, can deliver a major impact, but is not useless compared to a huge challenge that we are tackling. So it's really to feel that everyone is part of a little bit of the mechanism of the change. So it's might be looking maybe theoretical, but I think, for example, all the activities on raise awareness, when we are talking about them, seems that can be not really making any change. But once you have acted in the consumers, and then consumers will be more careful on choosing products, so changing industries, this will influence also how policies are made. So in the end, every single action can have a scale effect. Of course, just one single action cannot solve the issue. That's why we need to speak about system innovation, mostly when we want to deliver a circular society and we want to solve issues like climate change.
Yeah, well, one thing that ring my ear constantly is that you're talking about connection between portfolio. Well, actually, building a portfolio is connected set of activities or projects or initiatives that focus on that singular goal, but the same vision or similar vision, and that should be aimed for impact mostly. And that's, maybe we can dwell more on impact goals of Climate Kick. Maybe it's for some other session, but the another important topic is that you have mentioned the policies that are here to be created. And what I constantly or usually have a barrier is, yeah, that is great, is the comment actually. Yes, this is great, but we don't have policy, or we don't have law for this. There are a couple of new policies that are created on the European Union level, and specifically tackling circular economy. And most probably most of our audience know about Circular Economy Action Plan, the European Green Deal, and what is maybe more specifically directed towards our region is West Balkans Green Agenda. So how is Climate Kick tackling these? How are you trying to facilitate change and speed up basically transition of society towards achieving goals of these documents? And so what are the activities? How do you see knitting with these or connecting with these?
That's an absolutely very good momentum indeed. As you mentioned, there are so many things that are happening, and we are really in a transition period also for Europe, but for the Western Balkans is probably even more important moment of change. And we have to be able to really navigate this change and not to be surfaced by it. And that's important then to know which are those policies and what are those meaning. So for the Western Balkans in particular, apart from the green agenda, there are really other supportive implementation plan that are coming, like the economic and investment plan for the Western Balkans from the EU, but also the common regional market and economic action plan that will also influence activities in 2021 and 2024. And why I'm mentioning it, those also, I would mention actually a first one together with those, which is also an upcoming agenda on research and innovation, which is also connected to education, culture, and youth. And I think those have to be looked as a mix. In Climate Kick, we work on it in terms of policy mix, because the major issue when you have such many policy that are also at different level are sometimes difficult to understand, and you might risk that there is not inclusion of all of those in terms of results. So sometimes it's really at policy level that is difficult to design how you are going to implement programs, because those have similar lines, probably budgets allocated for them, but are not responding to each other. So together with this mapping, is really important to start from the understanding of this policy mix, what every action is meaning for, and how this can contribute for the overall picture. Of course, in particular, there is the green agenda, but I think it's relevant also to know that all the others are also mentioning about circular economy and the needs of innovation for circular economy, and how the knowledge exchange and also this better communication among good practices or even bad practices among the whole European countries, so including Western Balkans, is a fundamental aspect to achieve those goals. And it's important also the fact that finally the green agenda for the Western Balkans has really been designed to be integrated to the Green Deal. So this means that really there is the willingness to make sure that we are all aware that the transition is possible only if it's all together. So there's a good momentum politically, let's say, and also at a higher strategic level. Now it's really in terms of how we can make those in the ground apply and be implemented that is the challenging part. So we have good strategies, now we need to make them actually work. And this is there that we can support, and we are also intervening, and we have already started several discussions, particularly in the Western Balkans, and not only as Climate Kick, but together with EIT, how we can support. So the European Institute of Technology, which is the supporter of all the kicks, how can be also supportive innovation bringing in the region, so that also those policies are not just staying as a strategy, but can be really beneficial for people on the ground. So I think that the first step will be really the understanding of how those policies can connect together. So really this point on making the common regional market and economic action plan be connected to the green agenda, and then move on. Just maybe a few words on the green agenda, and you know how passionate I'm on this topic, so if I'm talking too much, you know that you have to stop me.
No, I'm just counting the questions of how to continue. There are at least 5, but yeah, please actually.
I will just close quickly then on the green agenda, just because there are some elements that I think I've been raising particularly interestingly, because there's a lot talked about moving to circular economy as one of the 5 main action, which is already quite innovative in itself, and also to highlight as a priority, but how this actually connects also with the depolluting air and water, but also with the energy transition, the food system. So I think that what is interesting is that really we need to see how those are not single actions, but how we are acting on those all together. And this is the challenge that I would really be supportive in terms of a system innovation approach like the one Climate Kick brings, how can help in understanding this tricky, complex system.
Yeah, okay. Then I'll focus on 2 questions. You've again mentioned the connection of outputs, the synergies actually that we have to create. And there are two aspects of this. One is that we have also designed this whole project in order to create these synergetic effects. And now I see that we also are hitting the spot of synchronizing policies and, you know, putting them on, trying to put them on the ground, actually actualizing them, you know, putting them in practice, not only, you know, having them for good sake and leaving them in drawers, but planning our activities according to these synchronized strategies, policies, etc. So one question from this side would be, what would be the overall view of Climate Kick towards circular economy beacons and maybe similar activities that not only under this brand or this name could be called, but something that could produce a similar effect? And on the other hand, I've heard the stories and the thing about something that is called Cross-Kick. And maybe this is another way of collaborating between different knowledge innovation communities that have different set of expertise, different experiences, and also they're doing in different regions. So let's try to bundle these questions in one. Like, what is the overall view on circular economy beacons in regards to connection, and how it is connected to Cross-Kick activities? All in regards to circular economy. Let's try to focus on this as well to frame.
Sure. So I will try to be as short as possible for the for the complexity of the request. But thank you again for interesting discussion on that. So I think I can maybe mention as a start that this can be made real, because we have seen this actually applying in the case of Slovenia, in which we are working with the government for the actually actualization and implementation of a circular economy action plan that was designed by the government and was needed for the implementation. And this has showed us actually, and also made us learn how you can put into planning and programming the activities of a strategy and an action plan. So that's where we started in terms of a huge milestone for the understanding also on how to work in such complexity in circular economy, but also how we can connect initiatives like the beacons, that is really working on how we activate those local ecosystem for innovation on circular economy, which is really the basics before starting any other change. Otherwise, without the ecosystem, we know that it's impossible to even work in policy or education or even businesses. Sorry. So the idea is that really we can scale up our activities across the region, but also elsewhere, and working in other countries, and through the development of the ecosystem of the circular economy beacons, to activate those ecosystems through the learnings and the understanding of the other systems we have been working on. Of course, taking into account that thanks to such projects, we can understand which is actually how is composed this ecosystem and what it needs exactly, so that we can also bring in the right pace and not just go by chance, as this is usually a kind of waste of resources, as we are talking on saving resources and circular economy. We have also to do so in terms of learnings and how we are activating. To answer better, maybe also here I will have the support of a couple of slides so that are more visual for our participants. Let me make it a bit bigger. Okay, so because I'm trying to work with two screens. So you see here, there are this is just a general map of the last couple of years of projects only focused on the Balkans region, and what we have been able to support in terms of projects and programming together. And that's already quite, from the title, you can see that we have been working on policy through the smart specialization strategies in Bulgaria and Greece. So how you can implement circular economy in those, but also in the deep demonstration approach, which is our biggest system innovation initiative in Slovenia and Bulgaria, but as well as in the academy, so the Academy of Circular Economy, that have seen you actually really a protagonist on how we can enhance education and capacity building, and sometimes also in terms of value chains. So how you work on construction sector, on cities specifically, or even in the food sector. So that's already showing that you actually need a lot of transversality and synergies and interconnections among projects, among partners, and circular economy beacons actually is really bringing a lot of what is in this slide of what we have been doing till now together and expanding it, which is already a good milestone for us. But then as you mentioned, we also need to build more synergies that can be with the other KICs. So having several KICs, so several knowledge and innovation communities across Europe can be an even additional added value, because we know that circular economy is such a complex topic that we are tackling it through the system innovation approach in Climate KIC, and also because we want to impact on the mostly on the air pollution component and neutrality. So that's our approach. But we are facilitated by the fact that we are working with other KICs that can have a different approach. So currently we have 8 KICs. So might be of interest for the audience to know if there is not knowledge about what they are in general. And Climate KIC is on the first wave, so started 10 years ago with digital and energy. But then in the years, there were several others joining on food, raw materials, and health. And just last year, we have started working also on urban mobility and manufacturing. These are all societal challenges that are primary for Europe. And you might recall what I'm saying together with several of the elements that are key in the Green Deal, but also in the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans. So all those sectors are relevant, and those are verticals where we can see climate as a horizontal issue to be tackled. And I will be jumping just to another part, so to not give you too much details, but I think this is also one point that can be of interest for you. So to help me to resume what we are doing.
Very simple graphics there.
Yeah. Yeah, trying to be really visual, because sometimes some visual can support. But then if there are interest for more information, of course, we can give them for the specifics. But what we have realized together with VAT and the other KICs is that circular economy is something you need to start all together in synergies and see where to act on. And also we have been basing a proposal on a cross KIC, which is simply an approach that means that KICs are coming together, so bringing together the expertise from different perspectives and different business models and acting on a specific topic. In this case, it's circular economy, and we thought this is the best approach we can support the Western Balkans with. And that's why 7 of the 8 KICs are going to start next year to cooperate. And we are actually already doing a lot of this study and understanding of these strategies so that we can bring this innovation and learnings on the communities. And this is also to show how actually there's not just one approach you can have, there are several. There are places where an approach like in urban mobility in cities, and I'm thinking on Sarajevo and Skopje, just to reconnect to the session of just before from my colleagues on how it's needed to work on air pollution. And that's really obvious, the connection urban mobility, but also the air quality, climate, and the circular economy. Or there can be other cases where we need to work on the raw materials, knowing also that we are having regions that are still very much connected to coal and the mining sector. So that's the ambition that we are having, and it's really to support Western Balkans in the green and sustainable transition through the implementation of this green agenda that is coming, and making sure that we are understanding also the system. And that's the general overview. But if you want to know more about some specific aspect, you can ask.
Yeah, that will be one of the next questions. How can we approach, and what is the position actually in various KICs in our region? It's not the situation that AIT as an umbrella organization is present in every country, and all of the KICs are present in all the countries. So that means that some of the KICs have more experience in certain countries, less in some other, but also in some areas, as you said, but less in some other. What is the way to approach? What is the way to suggest? What is the way to collaborate with different KICs? And yeah, let's start with this one.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So yeah, as you are very well aware, we have not been with VAT and the KICs very much spread across the whole Western Balkan region, and this is actually why there's this initiative that is going to help also the support from the KICs as a organization themselves to be reaching out closely to the local market and institutions. So there are some like ClimateKIC and raw materials that have been much more present till now, also because of the topics, of course, that were covered and also having a major history. While for the others, this initiative that will start with network mapping, just to connect with what we said before, so to really understand the system. So really understanding firstly a desk research on all the strategies, then in moving next year at the beginning with an active and interactive system mapping and engaging local actors on doing that, so that then we can see which are the priorities per country and where each KIC can intervene, but also enable all the partners, beneficiaries and organizations, but also citizens locally to know what those KIC are and what they can bring as an added value. So it will be also really to enable the openness of all programs that all those KICs are having, not only to open spaces for innovation locally, but also for enabling this, just to always keep the circularity in our mind, the circular movement of brains, so that people can go abroad for some of the programs and turn back home with new skills. That is also another aspect that we are going to open as different KICs, and also to help understand how we are working, because of course sometimes when you are in an innovation space, and I think you are very much aware, it's not usually so easy to understand what is the way of working.
Exactly.
So first step will be really understanding, mapping, engaging, and make everyone understand what is done. Then we are going to have also initiatives that are going to be mostly connected to what we heard before. Some of the activities are going to be connected to circular catalyst, but we are going also to have activities connected to universities and training universities, enabling also the joint work to the platform on circular economy on education that we are really hoping to engage with Cirecon and the partners currently active in the region on to expand it even further. And also to have policy co-creation workshops and so on. So several, and as well as, sorry, maybe the last but not the least, one of the activities will be also on training for youth with business ideas that can be connected to one of the pan-European programs that we have as multi-sector, which is the Jumpstarter. So we are going also to have a pre-acceleration on that to support locally the youth in green ideas. So these are going to be really initial, but this will be really helping each other to know each other and see where we should support more for the implementation of the plans.
Thanks. Well, while you are mapping the system and how the collaboration could be crafted, I think that the major task for all the participants is also to go on AIT site and actually map what is happening there, because there is a lot of initiatives, more and more being connected. And talking about this, what I know from the experience, and maybe that's valuable also information, is that usually sole activities and project with singular effects that are not connected, and that's why I also have emphasized map this. Let's try to map the system of AIT and their embedded impact goals. If we are not producing systemic and connected and synergetic effects, there is low probability to actually get into this really a different mindset of how the innovation sets. So there has to be a period of good collaboration, of good delivery of impacts, true impacts, honest impacts. And I know that from my experience, that these people are wonderful and giving their best to really produce the best positive impact. Sometimes it's difficult, sometimes it's less difficult, but it's not easy, that's for sure. But with time, I think that we're all getting to understand each other more and more, and that's maybe time is one of the most valuable things that we need to ensure for all of the new potential either partners or colleagues or actors that want to collaborate. At this moment, being that we have 12 more minutes, I would like to invite the audience to ask Q&As, their questions in the Q&A section. Also, if you are, being that we are streaming this on all the Facebooks and YouTubes and whatnot platforms, if you are in Collective Vibe platform, which is basically the main streaming platform for this event, You can always leave the streaming and join us in Zoom panel, so we can have your questions and analysis and discussion from your side. But until we have some pop-up questions here, I would like to ask another one, and again, it's about creating synergies. So one of the main sets of activities in Circular Economy Beacons is actually creating, that's the set of activities, creating collaboration between different initiatives in Climate Cake. And we have talked and we have actually delivered some of these together with City Loops, for instance, the project. There was a nice synergy, cross-learning, and exchanging experiences, how to create additional exercises, trainings, materials, etc. We have also contacted, or actually being in contact and trying to facilitate connection with one of the major programs, which is Cicerone, that is really going deeper on enabling policies and these kind of higher systems in order to speed up the circular economy throughout Europe, not only European Union, but Europe. So I just wanted to make sure that that we're clear and that you can point out what are the success stories in this collaboration happening so far, and what are maybe the priorities where people would be wanting to take closer attention on the developments of these projects. What are the names? What are their results? What are their goals?
Yeah, but not an easy one, because there could be depends on the approach that what we want to highlight, I will say, but I think you have nicely also built on the synergies, and that's already something that it's not so obvious, because it seems when you are there, because there are so many things and you think, okay, maybe we can just synergize, but in the end it's never so obvious. So that's a bit the what we have to try to work on. And that in the fact is that sometimes Climate Cake is working really as an intermediate level leadership organization, so can help and facilitate this connection and bring in those added values, innovations coming from the ecosystem, and bridge with the policymakers, because we are still a European funded and connected body. And that's also one of the other value that brings a good results and good learning, because we can really interface the both level and see what we can bring back as evidence and what we can also extrapolate from policies to our ecosystem. And that's where we are positioning, and where we want to really be positioned also for the future to support our partners and in general the ecosystem that we are supporting. As a good you were mentioning that as a good story and important story, I would say the platforms and all that has been created with Cicerone, which is actually creating this network and a joint programming of the people writing operational programs. So it's more really technical in terms of how you make policies, but how you can make policies in circular economy really at pan-European level. And that's also one of the objectives that we would have in next year, to bring all the stakeholders in policy making in this regard be part of this platform, so that really the exchange can be even more fruitful. And this can be done through the ecosystem, because you are the ones closer to the ecosystem. So we are the ones that can be really building the bridge, but then we need our local partners to act as the really activator. I would say that as an image. So the activator, then the nodes that can connect and bring in on the upper level. As best good practices, I think a couple that can be outstanding, as I was mentioning already, the one on the Slovenia case. But this is also happening similarly in other places. So like in Ireland, or even in the region of Cantabria in Spain. So not only at country level, but really also regionally. And it's always really on this fact, on basically understanding that circular economy can be also reducing this gap on how you can still work on the economic wealthy, healthy growth, and still preserving the environment and the resources. So once you can make this understanding and can help understand how you can design programs, then this can be really a best practice. And still you have to know the local context to adapt it. But in general, when you start to have several of those cases, it's helpful also for people on the ecosystem locally to join. Other good cases are connected also to single actions, like we were having the one project that I was mentioning on the smart specialization strategy. That was how you can actually connect other strategies in circular economy to the S3, which is one of the priorities for innovation. And we actually had this project implemented last year in Bulgaria and Greece. In Bulgaria, it led to the creation of an interministerial working group on circular economy, where ClimateKick and also our local partner Cleantech Bulgaria are part of, and in which was the case where that was totally also out of context yet in terms of considering the circular economy in this frame, while in Greece, where there was already a circular economy strategy and there was a smart specialization strategy, we are really worked supporting with our local partners, in this case Athena Research Center, how we can make it jointly actually work together and trust in transitioning. And all the results of those projects have been included in the design of and the suggestion for design on the next programming period for 2021-2027. All those are small actions that if you see them as a single point, of course, are not really telling anything, but if you start to see the overall picture, are actually really reshaping the policies for countries to enable them to then activate actions for people to and beneficiaries to act on businesses and circular economy. So it's really what you see after your action, not only the action itself, but really what this will be activating next. And I think that maybe this can be my question to you if you don't have other questions yet. So what would be that you see the ecosystem activation, well, that you are activating with the circular economy beacons, so that can be brought in as well? If I can make a question on my side.
Please. Yeah, well, this was supposed to be also discussion. Maybe I took the host initiative, but yeah, definitely I would like to answer all of these. So basically, beacons are here to integrate efforts, and I can most practically say in these terms. So you have managed to create S3 and circular economy, initiatives in 2 countries. And next year, circular economy beacons is a place to scale. So we want to scale this activity because we also saw that it will be beneficial for other countries, and to couple up to couple S3 and circular economy initiatives and help cross-ministerial and cross-border collaboration on that level. So on a strategic, national, and regional level. So that's one of the things, like the integrator of activities or creating a synergizer of activities. On the other hand, it's a very strong connection between experts. What we realize is there are not many of people that are really comprehensively understanding circular economy. And instead of creating sporadic activities and quick wins, let's call it like that, we want to build an ecosystem, a true ecosystem that will grow and not only grow in number of people or number of organizations that will join, but grow in the impact. That's maybe even more important, to grow in impact that we are creating. And one of the first impacts that now we are finalizing is that through this constant collaboration throughout, well, this was now 6 months, from June practically until December, we have managed to assimilate all the knowledge that we have from the partners, to spend many hours of co-creating, co-designing, discussing of what are the differences between the Western Europe circular economy and RIS, and in this sense, Balkan circular economy. What are the differences in needs? What are the differences in capabilities? What are the differences in skills? In order to create our common frameworks, and we started with business implementation framework. So how to combine all the knowledge that we're creating that also is actually very largely not dependent, but contributed from the AIT knowledge pool, and create something that is mixed and that has a slightly or completely different approach than it was there was up until now, and that will facilitate better understanding of circular economy as the region needs it. So at that moment, there's not only the synchronizer between the countries, but also the bridge between 2 different points of understanding of circular economy and different capability options as well. So I would point in these 2 main roles of circular economy beacons, and all striving to create better and bigger impacts. I hope you're satisfied with my answer that we passed the exam.
It's just bringing me to think on kind of 1, 2, 3, 4 things to do next year, but I think we can have another, let's say, another chapter next year about that.
Exactly. Well, this is first. I would like to call this as a first initiative in this regional scale. We have learned just recently that there was another regional conference, and actually that shouldn't happen, right? To have a couple of days before this, have in different organization, a different regional conference, because we could really create synergies if we would just have all the participants in the same room. And that's again, that's the synergetic effect that we want to create.
Indeed. Well, as we said, we are starting next year early on the mapping and understanding on each other, so being really closely, so that, as you said, those are going to be synergized. And there are a lot of things happening, which is good, means that there is activities that are flourishing, but we need just to find the dots and connect them. So,
yeah.
So thank you for the effort and all the planning you are doing and all the activities of these 2 days.
Oh yeah, well, it's in last 6 months, but it's culminating here.
Indeed.
Well, it's fun. I can say it's fun. It's adventurous. It's definitely every day a new lesson, new actor. Now almost in every session there is a colleague or a partner of ours that is actually interested in how and where circular economy goes, and that's what we want to facilitate. Right, further, better, stronger, and more collaboration across the fields. Annalisa, I think that we don't have questions, right? And or we were so good that we managed to, cross everyone's checklist. So I wanted to ask this and I wanted to ask that. But keep in mind of the time, is there anything as a closing remark that you would like to have to our audience? And before we say bye-bye to them and then wait for another session?
Well, I just think it's a huge thank you also for people taking time, for you to organizing, to you and all the partners, but also for people taking time, because we know there's also a lot happening, and this run to having everything online has made people a bit crazy about the amount of information. So it's always a pleasure to have people committed to listen and to know more and to be curious in understanding. So it's a huge thank you for that, and hoping also that this is really just the first little milestone achieved after the impressive 6 months we had together to bring in other beneficiaries and other people together next year and in the future. So thank you, to everyone, and to our audience.
Thank you, Annalisa, for the great support you have given us, understanding as well as how do you call it? Endurance during all these. It was a tricky 2020. So thank you very much. I think that ahead of us is a small break. Let me just double check this if I'm not wrong. Yes. So we have a small break for half an hour in hall 1 and also in hall 2. And afterwards, we would like to invite you to join us on the pre-record topic, where experts from Serbia are taking their opinions about how we should develop circular economy. I wouldn't say it's only important for Serbia, but it's definitely nice to hear the word from experts. As well as in hall 2, we have a topic called how to capture circular economy opportunities in your business model. So it's more dedicated to business area. Before we were talking more about cities, now we're transferring more towards businesses. Thank you very much, Annalisa. One more time, thank you.
Bye.
Bye, Annalisa, and see you in half an hour. Have a great lunch.
Ciao.
Ciao. postoji opasnost da se cirkularna ekonomija shvati jednostavno i da se podvede pod reciklažu ili pod poboljšano upravljanje otpadom. To zapravo nije pravi put i ukoliko to uradimo, možemo da dođemo do situacije da ćemo zapravo postati reciklažno dvorište Evropske unije. Ne želimo to da uradimo. Evropska unija shvata cirkularnu ekonomiju na potpuno drugi način, na način koji donosi investicije i to najbitnije unutrašnje investicije. Ona vrednuje cirkularnu ekonomiju kao priliku za inovacije, tehnološke, poslovne i društvene inovacije. I vrednuje sa nekih 600 milijardi evra do 2030. godine. Mi smo još uvek na stadijumu kad treba da valorizujemo to i da treba da analiziramo koji su to potencijali za Srbiju. Ali moramo je shvatiti u celoj svojoj obuhvatnosti da je ona zapravo prilika za stvaranje nove vrednosti, odnosno nove vrste vrednosti. U to uključujući inovacije, tehnološke, društvene i poslovne. Ne bih voleo da generalizujem i da izdvojim primjere iz tekstila ili poljoprivrede ili hrane, a zapravo samim tim da stavim u drugi razred staklare, reciklere, proizvođače gume i tako dalje. Ne, svi imaju jednaku priliku, to je glavna poruka. Ono što je potrebno da bi se u najskorijem trenutku počelo implementirati cirkularna ekonomija je da postoje određena pravila igre. Naša država je, kao što sam pomenuo, je na početku, ali polako vidimo formiranje timova za cirkularnu ekonomiju i prepoznavanje bitnosti te teme i u Ministarstvu za zaštitu životne sredine i u Privrednoj komori gde je osnovana služba za cirkularnu ekonomiju. I kroz takve aparate vidimo da zapravo je tema veoma bitna. I polako se nalaze mehanizmi kako aparatus pravila sprovesti dole do privrede i omogućiti zapravo privrednicima da svoj otpad vrate ponovo u proizvodnju ili da omoguće novi način inovacije, odnosno novi inovativni način plasiranja proizvoda na tržište itd. Ono što je neminovno je da imamo veliku količinu otpadnih guma sa koje možemo da koristimo u razne svrhe, imamo velike količine otpadnog tekstila koje možemo da ponovo vratimo u upotrebu. Imamo velike količine pepela koje možemo da koristimo u, recimo, industriji puta, od asfaltiranja i tako dalje. Dakle, kapacitet i potencijal postoji. Potrebno je jedna magična ruka da vam kaže gde da pogledate i na koji sistem zapravo treba utegnuti zato da biste dobili benefiti cirkularne ekonomije. I tu postoje opet dve stvari. Jedna je unutrašnja stvar firme, kako uređuje svoju proizvodnju i tu uvek postoje neki, mi ih zovemo neefikasnosti, delovi sistema koji ne funkcionišu onako da bi donosili optimalnu vrednost, odnosno optimalni profit, tako da kažem, za tu firmu. Curi nam voda, ne trošimo maksimalno efikasnu energiju, imamo škart na kraju proizvodnje i tako dalje. To su sve neki sistemi koje samo preduzeće bi trebalo da bude sposobno da utegne i kad se završi taj deo, onda se gleda na tržište. Uzmemo, na primer, sat, običan ručni sat. Hajde za sledeći korak da se pitamo da li je moguće ovaj sat plasirati na tržište tako da ispunjava funkciju, tako da zadovoljava osnovne potrebe potrošača, ali na kraju njegovog životnog veka da vratimo taj sat nazad, da damo novi sat proizvođaču koji će imati, potrošaču koji će imati bolje funkcije i bit će moderniji, a ujedno uzimamo materijale nazad i zatvaramo krug proizvodnje. Automatski se brinemo da ne moramo da opterećujemo sistem za upravljanje otpadom jer smo mi preuzeli vlasništvo nad materijalom, naplaćujemo samo uslugu jer zapravo materijal uvek kruži između nas i svojih potrošača i nemamo de facto trošak tog materijala jer bi trebalo u principu da kruži i na kraju zadržavamo tog potrošača jer ostvarujemo konkretniji, stalniji odnos sa njim kao pružilac usluga. Nek za kraj pitanje, da li ste vi nekad ili kad je bilo posljednji put da ste kupili modem? Modem je deo usluge i tako je plasiran na tržištu. Vi imate uslugu interneta i vi nećete znati ko vam je, uglavnom nećete znati ko je proizvođač modema. Jednostavno, kada ne radi internet, pozvaćete vašeg provajdera, on će rešiti tu stvar. I zapravo možda je to logika kako treba posmatrati cirkularnu ekonomiju kroz prizmu nas kao potrošača.
Ono što je veoma važno na kraju reći je da mala i srednja preduzeća bi trebalo da krenu što pre u istraživanje, jer za sada je tržište otvoreno, bilo ko uđe ima donekle pionirski položaj u cirkularnoj ekonomiji i da traže beskompromisni kvalitet u informacijama i edukacije šta je to da bi mogli na najbolji način da implementiraju svoje sisteme. Ono što je sigurno je da su evropski fondovi otvoreni ukoliko je kvalitetan pristup cirkularnoj ekonomiji prisutan i inovacije i sam razvoj proizvodnje, proizvoda i njihovih organizacija je neminovan ukoliko se uključe što je pre moguće u celu tu priču.
Obrazovanje za kružnu, odnosno cirkularnu ekonomiju je izuzetno važno da bi celokupno stanovništvo jedne države, da ne gledam stanovništvo ovog univerzuma koji mi zovemo planeta Zemlja, imalo potrebna saznanja o tome da smo mi pre svega privremeno na planeti Zemlji, dakle kao ljudska bića, da je priroda nešto što u manjem ili većem obimu opstaje stalno i što je mnogo večitije nego što smo mi kao ljudska bića. I drugi razlog jeste da shvatimo da ovo ograničeni resursi zapravo su samo nama dati na korišćenje. I to je jedna moralna komponenta. Međutim, praktična komponenta kružne, odnosno cirkularne ekonomije, jeste da se upozori i privredni sektor i stanovništvo da postoji niz materijala koje koristimo u svakodnevnoj upotrebi, a koje možemo ponovno da iskoristimo. Na jedan način, i s jedne strane, sama privreda pruža određena rešenja o reupotrebi određenih proizvoda, a s druge strane postoje i kreativne delatnosti, kreativne aktivnosti gde svako od nas, običnih građana, može da upotrebi određene proizvode kojima je isteko rok upotrebe, isteko rok trajanja ili istekla ta neka vrsta upotrebne vrednosti, dakle, pokvareni proizvodi itd. itd. Svi mi koji se bavimo ekologijom smo što bih ja rekao, na istoj strani fronta. Dakle, sve nas krase isti ciljevi, isti ideali, ista utopijska slika nekog pravednog društva u kome će se ljudi odgovorno ponašati prema prirodi i mislim da svi ovi problemi koje donosi ta kružna, odnosno cirkularna ekonomija, novi izazovi koje oni stvaraju, zahtevaju da se toj pojavi cirkularne, odnosno kružne ekonomije pristupi jedinstveno i sa stanovišta neke multidisciplinarnosti. Dakle, država, privredni sektor i nauka su na jednoj istoj strani fronta i imaju istog jednog neprijatelja, a to su te neke druge društvene pojave, baš kažem neprijatelja, ne protivnika, to je te konzumerizam, to stvaranje potrošačkog društva i potrošačkih ideala gde mi zapravo ne mislimo o budućnosti. I mislim da ta tri stuba gde je država, privredni sektor i nauka, da tu treba malo preokrenuti stvari. Dakle, ja mislim da se to sve zasniva na jednom stubu, a to treba da bude nauka i da tu nauka treba da bude dominantna u smislu da bude apsolutno slobodna u svojim istraživanjima. Politika to treba da primenjuje u smislu stvaranja tih širih zakonskih okvira koji omogućavaju da svako u toj borbi dobije neki deo svog kolača. Dakle, i nauci je stalo da nešto zaradi, da bi mogli i dalje da istražuju, ipak ljudi koji se bave naukom su veliki idealisti i utopisti, na svu sreću, privreda da nešto treba da zaradi i obezbedi nova radna mesta i politika koja će težiti ka stvaranju tog nekog ekološki pravednog i prihvatljivog društva i koja će zaista u toj situaciji razmišljati o nekoj budućnosti svojih stanovnika, a ne samo o tome da ispunjava neke druge funkcije, prisile i tako dalje, što po nekim definicijama država ima kao definiciju. Dakle, nauka po meni mora da bude dominantna i to možda zvuči arogantno sa stanovišta nekog naučnika, ali teško da ikada u istoriji civilizacije politika donela neke odluke koje su bile utemeljene na nauci. Tako da svako treba da radi svoj posao, ali na neki način na istoj liniji fronta da budemo. Ja često kažem na takva pitanja kada studenti pitaju, nije više pitanje da li su resursi ograničeni, pitanje je kada će biti iscrpljeni. Tu se u akademskoj zajednici vode ratovi, dakle već jedno 50 godina. koliko ima kog energenta, koliko ima koje rude. Međutim, mi govorimo o podacima koji su nam dostupni. Podaci koji su nam dostupni govore da su resursi ograničeni, da je pitanje zaista kada će biti iscrpljeni. Tako da moj odgovor na ovo pitanje jeste da mi možemo očekivati u narednih 50 do 100 godina da pojedini resursi budu zaista iscrpljeni. I tu imamo dve tendencije kako se to promišlja u nauci. Jedna je naravno optimistična. To je taj kornukopijanski pristup stvarima da, ok, nemojmo da se brinemo ako nestane nafte, postoji alternativa, postoji biogas, postojeće ovo, postoji sunčeva energija, međutim, teško neko može da mi dokaže da će u budućnosti, bližoj budućnosti, na primjer, sledećih 50 godina, biti komercijalni letovi aviona na sunčani pogon na liniji Beograd-New York. Dakle, zamislite 250 putnika koji će putovati ogromnim avionom sa svim svojim prtljagom na solarni pogon. Dakle, ne verujem da je to za sada ostvarivo. Dakle, u cijeloj toj ideološkoj, ekološko-političkoj matrici se uvek pružaju neke alternative. Neke alternative zaista postoje. Neke su zaista utopističke, neke su dobronamerne, neke nisu dobronamerne. Međutim, onda imamo drugu sliku sveta koja kaže, ok, ovo je happy end, ajde da vidimo šta je sa lošim završetkom. Loš završetak govori o tome da ukoliko nestane resursa može doći do ozbiljnih, tektonskih, dramatičnih poremećaja u nečemu što se zove politički sistem, političko uređenje. Dakle, društvo koje je bazirano na stabilnom dotoku energenata, ruda, minerala, gde ekonomski sistem funkcioniše kako tako, da ga definišemo savršeno, u slučaju pada ili nedostatka resursa, pa čak i iscrpljivanje resursa dolazi do toga da ćemo jednog dana imati distopijske režime, dakle, autoritarne režime, diktature, da ne kažem fašističke diktature, gde će manjina da raspolaže i tim minimalnim resursima da upravlja sa većinom koja će biti lišena resursa i lišena nekog kvaliteta života. I koliko to zvučilo na neki način priglupo, hollywoodska kinematografija je već to odavno obradila. Dakle, da imate niz filmova, čak od 60. godina sa filmom Soylent Green, i ti režimi i ta situacija uopšte nije stabilna, jer ako je društvo nezadovoljno što nema grejanje, što nema struje, što nema pijaće vode, što nema kvalitetnu hranu ili hranu uopšte, tu dolazi do velikih turbulencija, dolazi do revolucija, onda se menja ne samo politički sistem, menja se i privredni sistem, a onda možemo govoriti o nekoj zaista zelenoj ekonomiji, ali to neće biti društvo koje će biti bogato proizvodnjom, nego da će proizvodnja biti oskudna i da ćemo se zaista morati zadovoljiti svojim osnovnim potrebama u hrani, vodi i u ostalim vrstama uživanja u okviru društvenog života.
Cirkularna ekonomija je imanentno u sebi sadrži biznis model. On je kao takav održiv i on je kao takav kreativan i inkluzivan. U svakom slučaju može se slobodno reći da je visoko profitabilni iz razloga što je to ekonomija štednje resursa, ekonomija štednje materijala, ekonomija štednje energije i kao takva uvek se upotrebljava ona sintagma da je najbolja investicija kada vi zapravo štedite na upotrebi ulaznih komponenti. Vi danas ne možete da štedite na radnoj snazi i na energiji koja se upotrebi u proizvodnji jednog proizvoda, ali je ponašanje kompanija u resursnoj efikasnosti, u energetskoj efikasnosti takva da dovodi do ukupnih smanjenja troškova proizvodnje. Samim tim cirkularna ekonomija jeste profitabilna iz razloga što je ona novi alat konkurentnosti. ukoliko ne primenite alate cirkularne ekonomije, ukoliko nemate reciklabilne komponente u vašem proizvodu, ukoliko nemate implementiranu obnovljive izvore energije, ukoliko nemate smart rešenja, vi ne možete biti konkurentni na evropskom i na svetskom tržištu. Zbog tog je cirkularna ekonomija takva da vas brzo gura da se menjate i kao takvi morate ostati profitabilni, morate da budete inovativni, kreativni i jedino tako možete ostati konkurentni na tržištu. Potpuno sam uveren da Srbija nema alternativu za budućnost ukoliko se brzo ne remontuje i ne pređe na doktrinu cirkularne ekonomije, posebno u sektoru malih i srednjih preduzeća i u sektoru javnih preduzeća. Znači, Srbija ne može sebi dozvoliti da ima velike gubitke, da troši 2,5 puta više energije po jedinici proizvoda, da ima gubitak pijeće vode preko 50% u mreži pijećih voda, da ima mali procenat, nizak procenat tretmana otpadnih voda, da ima visoke troškove za prevenciju i lečenje stanovništva. Znači, sve su to elementi koji jasno govore da je to posljedica uopšte mogućnost da prati tokove. Bilo je važno proizvedi, bile su važna kvantifikacija. Danas su potpuno parametri uspešnosti jednog biznisa nisu više tog proizvoda, kvalitet potreba. Proizvod koji će podstaći ponašanje da bude odgovoran na tom važi kada dođe u njegovo vlasništvo. I to što možda može biti u ovom trenutku futuristički, ali potpuno početi da rade i taj deo ekonomije deljenja, te sharing ekonomije u cirkularnoj ekonomiji, gde zaista će već sada se određene kompanije pripremaju da veš mašinu možete pozajmiti iz salona i koristiti je u određenom vremenskom periodu, ona ne mora biti vaše vlasništvo. Tako će biti sa nameštajem, već imamo nekoliko kompanija koje se na to spremaju. Znači, budućnost jeste u ekonomiji, u cirkularnoj ekonomiji, u toj ekonomiji deljenja, ali koji je isključivo odgovorna prema tome što se zove uticaj na klimatske promene. Moramo da shvatimo, Srbija je ranjiva ekonomija. Ona je imala do sada direktnu štetu od preko 6 milijardi evra kao posljedicu klimatskih promena. Znači, to je godišnji gubitak preko, znači, brzo moramo da pomeramo te mehanizme, brzo moramo da redizajniramo regulatorni okvir kako bi alati cirkularne ekonomije bili vidljivi i kroz proizvodnju, a i kroz javne nabavke i kroz ukupno poslovanje naših kompanija u Republici Srbiji. Legenda kaže da je put u pakao popločen dobrim namerama. Znači, mi se nalazimo na ivici u ovom trenutku da skliznemo na taj, da se vratimo na taj konzervativnu doktrinu i kada se gleda ko je najodgovorniji za implementaciju koncepta cirkularne ekonomije, država mora da bude damar koja će jasno dizajnirati kreativan okvir za implementaciju cirkularne ekonomije. Znači, to je pun paket fiskalnih i regulatornih alata koji će motivisati kompanije da ulaze u procese cirkularne ekonomije.
Država, to je novina koju ona treba da implementira kroz zakone kako bismo promenili svest privrednika. Privreda treba to da iznese ceo taj proces, a nauka treba stalno da unapređuje iskorišćenje sirovina. I opet na kraju se vraćamo na državu koja treba to da kontroliše i po potrebi da nagrađuje ili sankcioniše. Najpre treba da se razvije svest privrednika. Oni nemaju dovoljno razvijenu svest vezano za upravljanje otpadom, a cirkularna ekonomija je viši nivo ekologije. Tako da u tom delu država treba da edukuje privredu. Naravno da je moguće zato što se koristi reciklirana sirovina, a zadržava se kvalitet. U tom delu treba da se razmišlja još od samog projektovanja svakog proizvoda, kako će se sutra taj proizvod reciklirati. I bilo bi idealno da svaki proizvođač svakog proizvoda može konačno nakon korišćenja ponovo da ga upotrebi, makar njegov neki deo. Neprimenljivost zakona kod svih privrednih subjekata ravnopravno izaziva neravnopravnost konkurencije. Podsticaji su minimalni, a najveći problem je razmena informacija i komunikacija između privrednika, jer i onaj ko bi hteo da koristi recikliranu sirovinu ne zna odakle može da je nabavi. Firme vrlo često nemaju svoje internet sajtove ili nemaju to objavljeno na internet sajtovima i u tom delu treba tražiti najveći prostor za unapređenje cirkularne ekonomije.
Cirkularna ekonomija kao koncept koji je Evropska unija, odnosno Evropska komisija svojim ubrzanim radom na direktivama promoviše i prosto uspostavlja koncept za tranziciju od linearne ka cirkularnoj ekonomiji, u ovom trenutku predstavlja veoma veliki izazov. Mi je vidimo kao gotovo novu industrijsku revoluciju i u tom smislu zahtevi koji se postavljaju pred nas traže, čini mi se, i kvantitativno veće angažovanje i reagovanje, ali i kvalitativnu promenu našeg diskursa. Srbija ima ambiciozan plan. U ovom trenutku mi ne precenjujemo i ne pocenjujemo sebe, mislimo da možemo zaista da odigramo važnu ulogu u regionu koja će u konačnici značiti da mi možemo da preuzmemo lidersko mesto, ali u ovom trenutku mi vidimo da mnogo koraka moramo da uradimo. Prve korake smo već načinili. Ubrzan rad Evropske komisije na direktivama koje se odnose na cirkularnu ekonomiju, posebno poslednje direktive koje su uvele paket cirkularne ekonomije u oblasti upravljanja otpadom, nama postavljaju prilično visoke kriterijume, odnosno visoku lestvicu za dostizanje i u tom smislu angažovanje svih aktera koji su uključeni u oblast cirkularne ekonomije traži dodatan nivo koordinacije i Ministarstvo životne sredine preuzima u ovom trenutku zajedno sa Privrednom komorom lidersku ulogu da objedini sve te napore i da ih usmeri ka dostizanju potrebnih ciljeva. 3 su grupe naših intervencija u ovom trenutku koje su neophodne da mi do tog mesta i dođemo. Prva je naravno zakonodavna i izazovi u tom smislu nisu mali. Druga je koordinaciona. Mi želimo da uspostavimo strukturirani dijalog između svih učesnika u procesu, bilo da dolaze iz akademske zajednice, nevladinog sektora, privrednih subjekata, a privreda vrlo često razume bolje i osjeća bolje i prednosti i izazove uspostavljanja koncepta cirkularne ekonomije nego što to rade zakonodavci. I naravno, treća grupa se odnosi na konkretne mere i aktivnosti, uključujući finansijske instrumente koje moramo razviti do trenutka kada cirkularna ekonomija zaista očekujemo da zaživi u ovoj zemlji. Da budem potpuno jasan, mi kao društvo imamo konsenzus oko glavnih pravaca ka kojima idemo. Jedan od njih je Evropska unija, ne u smislu jurenja datuma, članstva, predpristupnih fondova, već u smislu implementacije vrednosti i implementacije principa na kojima je Evropska unija zasnovana. Jedan od tih principa kaže da je tranzicija sa linearne na cirkularnu ekonomiju zapravo u sebi ugrađuje vrednosti kao što su održivo korišćenje resursa i ostavljanje generacijama naše dece malo bolje sredine, odnosno malo bolje zemlje od one koje smo mi nasledili od naših roditelja. I mislim da u tom smislu, ako postavimo sada na filozofsku ravan, mi prosto nemamo pravo u ovom trenutku da insistiramo na postulatima koji su važni u 18. i 19. veku, a to je da smo mi ovu zemlju nasledili od naših predaka, mi je nismo, mi smo je pozajmili od naše dece i tako moramo da posmatramo. Ako to implementiramo na resurse, na energiju, na vode, na održivo korišćenje i ljudskih resursa, ako hoćete u konačnici, mi imamo smer u kome treba da se krećemo. Koncept cirkularne ekonomije nam daje jasne smernice kako da to implementiramo u svaku privrednu granu ponaosob, ali je društvena komponenta, ne samo privredna, već i društvena komponenta koncepta cirkularne ekonomije jednako važna. Dakle, sa promenom tehnologija i sa promenom načina kako mi upravljamo biznisima, morat ćemo da promenimo način kako mi gledamo na naše potrebe, odnosno i na zadovoljavanje istih potreba, odnosno način na koji mi gledamo na naše resurse. Dakle, cirkularna ekonomija će nam definitivno doneti pitanje da li kupujemo ono što mi zaista treba, da li prljam zato što sam siromašan ili prljam zato što nemam svest da mogu ponovo da upotrebim plastičnu bocu koju kupujem svakog dana i da li mogu na drugi način da ne rasipam ono što sam dobio u smislu energije, zagađujući vazduh, vodu i zemljište. Dakle, odgovor u najkraćem je ne, nema alternativu i što pre taj koncept i tu postavku ugradimo u sve niše našeg funkcionisanja, bit će nam, čini mi se, benefiti u smislu da ćemo uštediti vreme i da ćemo biti pioniri i da ćemo biti barem za korak ispred onih koji nas slede, a u regionu čini mi se da će nas mnogi slediti ako uradimo prave stvari.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Lucy.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
If everyone is ready, we can start.
Okay, yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want me to share my screen or?
Yeah, that would be perfect.
So you should be able to see my presentation just now?
Yes.
Great. Sorry, I can hardly understand you. But Lucy, I take it I'm just starting off.
I can make a short introduction.
Okay.
Okay. So, can I start?
Yes.
Okay.
Everyone is ready.
Okay. So, good afternoon and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed the break. My name is Lucy Hopfensack. I'm junior researcher at the Wuppertal Institute in the Division of Circular Economy and moderate the next 2 hours of the conference. We start with a presentation from Dr. Holger Berg. He's co-head of Research Unit Digital Transformation, and today he presents implications of digitalization for the circular economy. After the presentation, you have time to ask questions. Please use the chat function and enter the number of the hall. We stay in the hall 1. And now I hand over to Dr. Holger Berg.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me. So, as Lucy already introduced, I am the head of digital transformation at the Wuppertal Institute. So my work is in how can we use digital technologies to make circular economy work, and how what do we have to do to make digital transformation sustainable. Today I would like to show you a bit of our work with regards to needs and chances to use digital technologies for circular economy. And doing that, I want to start off a bit with the current problems of the linear system and show you why digital technologies are a big chance to work on exactly these problems. So just some numbers, and I think these are the things that drive all of us. So first of all, starting with mobility, and all these numbers are for Europe. So in Europe, a car remain parked 92% of the time. It's usually occupied by 1.5 people if it is used. And there's 30,000 people dying in car accidents each year in Europe. So we have a system right now of mobility which is not extremely sustainable or efficient. And the same goes for buildings. Most of the waste that we send to 30% of the waste that we send to landfills in Europe comes from construction. And the buildings that we create, for example, if you look into office buildings, they are only occupied 40 to 50% on a work day, so when they are really in use. And at the same time, we have about 11 million empty homes in Europe, or at least had at around 2015. Now, if we look more at into the biological part, so into the food system, then we have 100 million tons of food lost annually in Europe, which is, and from that loss, 50% already occurs before it reaches the customer. So 50% loss happens along the production chain. And the residues, the food waste that we create, 97% of biomass, which could go to very different purposes, go to landfill. At the same time, soil degradation in Europe is somewhere between 30 and 80%, depending on where you are. So as you may already know, we are facing an established but very inefficient system. And as you also know, circular economy is one of the instruments, one of the strategies and goals that can actually counter those inefficiencies. So by all the instruments that come with circular economy, eco-design, repair, reduce, remanufacturing, and then recycling at the waste level, we could be much more efficient. We could save on resources, we can save on energy. And if you read the projections that come for circular economy, then you may also have learned that projections for use of circular economy in terms of growth expectations in terms of creation of work, of jobs actually, are very good. So loads of growth expected, loads of new jobs expected from circular economy. Another question is, if it's so great and if it's such a fine strategy, why doesn't it happen more? Why is it so difficult to actually put into place? And one of the major concerns and one of the major problems is information deficits. So in many cases, we do not have the knowledge that we need about products, materials, and so forth to actually implement the circular instruments like reuse, like repair, or recycling. So if you go into plastics, for example, at this point in time in Europe, it is extremely difficult to find out which recyclate you can obtain in which quality, at which point in time, and at what amount. And all this information is extremely important if you want to use recyclate in large amounts, for example, in building cars. And with these information deficits come large transaction costs, because it is in the aftermath much more expensive to create all that knowledge that you would need and to transfer it. You need lab testing, for example, for recyclate to ensure quality and so forth. Due to bad experiences in terms of information deficits, bad experience in terms of the quality that you received when you expected something totally different, due to the higher transaction costs in monitoring contracts, in monitoring products, customers who could use either refurbished goods or recyclate have strong reservations because they cannot be sure about the quality that they get. And another problem is technical deficits. So many products are not designed for circular economy now. And that increases the problems that I've mentioned before. So if I cannot repair a product, if I cannot tell what is in it, if I cannot disassemble it properly, then it is not fit for the circular economy. Now, if information deficits are at the core or part of the core of the problems of introducing circular economy, then digital solutions can be one ingredient indeed of creating the circular economy, because digital solutions or digital technologies are especially good in creating information, passing it on, analyzing it, transferring it. And indeed, the most important hypothesis is the circular economy will be digital. And it will be digital for two reasons. Reason number one is the whole economy, almost currently, but certainly of the future, will be shaped by digital appliances, by digital instruments, and so forth. So it doesn't make sense to think of a circular economy that is not digital. And that also means that there is a responsibility for actually working on these digital practices, on creating digital products, practices, and software that is also prone to be circular. And the second point is, as I've mentioned before, it is digital solutions that can create the kind of information, the kind of knowledge that we need to design goods well in computer-aided design, that can help to know and learn when a product needs to be maintained effectively in predictive maintenance, that can tell us about what a used product has experienced, what kind of abuse or abrasion has been there if we think about remanufacturing. And they can provide us with the knowledge that we need in terms of ingredients, for example, for recycling. So which kind of plastics do I have in front of me? And if we look at the technologies that are there, I just want to provide you with a couple of examples how they can be used. So one of my favorite examples is cyber physical systems. So the chance to transfer all the knowledge, all the data about a product from its inception at production point to its end of life along this life cycle. So currently, if you produce, for example, a car in a modern manufacturing line, then you would enter a piece of information like a barcode. And this piece of information will start constructing itself into a car. So it will assemble the right parts. It will adjust the tools. And at the end, you have a full produced car. And the great thing about this is the next car, based on totally different information, can be a totally different car. However, currently, this kind of work, where the information is passed along the production line, where a virtual twin is being created along this production line, more or less ends at the gate. So while this piece of information, this barcode, this data frame could also tell you how to disassemble the car at the end, what to do with the material that is in it, or in the first place, which kind of material is in it. All this information is not being passed along. If we could achieve this, we could go a much longer way for many parts in recycling. And actually, not the cyber physical digital twin, not the digital twin for circular economy, is so much in emergence as is the digital product passport, which will have many of the features that I've shown you. At the same time, we need improved, optimized operations and logistics, meaning digital technologies like artificial intelligence, like improved storage, will provide us with more knowledge on where a specific material or product are, and will improve our capacity to bring this product or material to the right place for better use in circular economy. At the same time, they help us to have a more efficient logistics system. So, for example, to reduce transport kilometers and thus reduce GHG emissions. Another point in case is sensoring. For example, we are right now testing sensors in plastics production, so that, and plastics recyclate production, so that at the point where plastics recyclate is produced, we can already tell from sensors what attributes, what capacities, and what qualities such a recyclate has. So we can pass it on and reduce the search and transaction costs and the information deficits that I showed you at the beginning. Now, if we look at how such a system could be conceived and what it needs, then the first thing a digital circular economy requires is a data-driven culture. That is, we need to create, to analyze, and to transfer the data that comes with products and product use to actually learn more about how to make them function better in a circular economy, but also to to allow circles to happen, because we know what the product has experienced and what we can do with the materials. And with that comes a circle of data collection, of being able to integrate data from different sources. So we also need data interoperability. We need to be able to share that data, for example, along the production, along the supply chain, or even better, along the circle, so that every instance of the circle knows what they are dealing with and can pass on what they have done with a product or material. And of course, data analytics is another point in case to optimize behavior cycles or even to create cycles in the first place. The technologies that we require for that are in a way already in place. The most important thing is to combine them in the way that we need them. So just as examples, we can use Internet of Things to create data. We achieve large data pools, so big data. To make this data safe so that we can know for sure what happened to a product, for example, and to ensure that the data has not been corrupted, we can create safe storage spaces, like, for example, distributed ledgers. And we can use, as I've said before, artificial intelligence or other analytical tools to learn from the data and have more efficient cycles. If we put this into a little broader perspective, then you can also see that this becomes a hierarchy. Data collection is the first instance that we need to create knowledge, to give sense to the data, to what we've seen, to what we've learned. If we go further, if we start integrating the data, if we give context to the data, then we start creating information. So put it into context, put it into place, see the relations. If we go further to analyze data, then we can start to give meaning, that is to create real knowledge. And from synthesis, that is from system perspective, also create wise decisions, intelligent decisions on how we manage cycles. And that also enables us to have a better perspective on the resources. So from knowing what happened to a resource to what can we do to make, better can we do to make use of the resource in the future, and how can the use of the resource be optimized dynamically. Digital technologies can enable us to go these steps and to climb up to a more circular economy. Some key messages for that. What is needed to make this happen? First of all, it means also that we have to create safe and circular data spaces. So if we need so much data, if we need to pass it on, then data has to be reliable. It should be stored in a way that it is not corruptible. As I've showed you, distributed ledger or blockchain could be part of that, but also other ways of storing data, like safe cloud systems, as the Gaia X system that is just being created in Europe could be a point in case. We need much more standardization. Right now, much of the data that is being generated is fuzzy. It cannot speak to each other, so it is not interoperable. We lack many standards to actually make data talk to each other. We lack the interfaces between different machines, between different instances of the supply chain. Those instances need to be created. Part of that could be the introduction, as I explained before, of digital circular twins or passports. So pieces of files, pieces of information that tell you what is in the product or material, what has it experienced, what is in it, how can it be disassembled, what has it experienced in its lifetime, and so forth. And as I've told you before, especially looking at the passport, we are going that way. And on Friday, the European Union announced that a first passport will be created for batteries, with the goal of having the system running in 2026. Then we have to introduce also circular economy for the digital sector. As I've told you before, with digital technologies emerging everywhere, and in a circular economy would be applied everywhere, then we would also have to take care that these technologies are used sustainably. And as you may know, currently WEEE, so the waste stream from electronic products, is one of the fastest growing waste streams, not just in Europe, but worldwide. And actually the treatment for WEEE is extremely poor, meaning much of this waste is being exported illegally, is being treated in ways that are not even close to European standards, and in effect has already catered for some of the most poisoned places on this planet. So we don't just need a digital circular economy, we also need circular economy for the digital economy. And lastly, all this data that we create, the things that we may learn from it, the information, knowledge, or even wisdom that may be obtained can also be used to create much more informed politics. That is, the decision makers in the policy realm can use such information to make much better informed decisions, to make decisions that are formed on real-time, close data created within the system. And again, obviously, digital data analytic tools can be of much help here. So just to sum up, digital technologies are a vital ingredient in making circular economy happen. They require a circular economy of their own, and they can prove extremely useful to create informed policies for circular economy. Thank you very much. If you want to learn a bit more about what I've just showed you, we've created a white paper on this early last month, together with a network of European partners, which can be downloaded, obviously. And if you want to, I'm also be happy to be in contact via email or LinkedIn. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Holger, for the interesting aspects of digitalization and the opportunities for circular economy. If there are any questions, you can write it in the chat so we can answer it. But I see no questions.
So again, in that case, thanks again very much. And if any questions arise later, if you want to be in contact, drop me a line. I'll be happy to answer.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And yeah, thank you for your time. And I think now it's a 5-minute break, and then the next session starts.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. If we can start, yeah, please say it.
Hi. Yeah, I'm ready to start.
Okay. Yeah. I make a short introduction and then I got the word to you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So welcome back. For those who don't know me yet, I'm Lucy Hopfensack, junior researcher at the Wuppertal Institute, and moderate the next two sessions. In the next session, Julian Lauten-Weiss, a graduate research assistant in the Wuppertal Institute in the Division of Circular Economy, presents a circular business framework that helps business translate sustainability into business models. It allows for a simple yet and deep evaluation of business models, revealing their potential for improvement along the principles of circularity. We would be very happy to have a question and answer session afterwards. And please feel free to join the Zoom meeting. You can find the access link left under the screen. So yeah, we can start.
Great. Yes, thank you so much for the introduction. I guess we're streaming on YouTube and we are on Zoom. So if you are watching on YouTube, I do want to encourage you again to head over to Zoom so you can submit some questions. I don't think we're looking at questions from YouTube. So maybe that just at the beginning. And I'm going to share my screen now. Hopefully we're going to have no issues with this. Can you see the screen? Can somebody give me a quick heads up?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. All right. So today I will be, introducing the Circular Business Framework, which is a new framework to design and redesign business models. And I will introduce my project kind of that is revolving around this framework. So of course, we all know, otherwise we wouldn't be here, that we need to change the way we do business. At this point, I think a lot of people are aware of the sustainability challenge that we are facing right now. Almost every week we have new business leaders or politicians making new commitments or saying, okay, how are we gonna transform to a circular economy? We also have a lot of businesses making products, so a lot of consumers can already see, okay, we're doing, recycled plastics here, or we're reducing packaging there. But a lot of this is in communication, but where there's really potential for transformative change is the business models, of course. And some companies are looking at their business models and changing them, but we believe that there's not really enough attention paid yet to transforming business models. It must be a transformation that is similar to the digital transformation that a lot of businesses are still going through or haven't even started. And we also believe that it's possible to transform digitally and circular at the same time. However, this transformation, this is really the decade of transformative action. And so we need to design and redesign business models sustainably beyond marketing. So we asked ourselves, okay, how can we do that? How can we help small and medium-sized enterprises become more circular? So how can we help these companies transform that often do not have enough money for their own sustainability experts or for their own circular economy department, where also maybe CEOs are not changing frequently and they can easily hire somebody with more experience, but maybe family-run businesses over generations where A lot of what's known and a lot of the knowledge in the business is something that gets passed on through the business, which is really valuable, but it doesn't necessarily allow for new impulses to come. So how can we help these small and medium-sized enterprises, and how can we help startups building circular economy business models from the ground up? So how can we basically help them leapfrog this step of building a linear model and then transforming to a circular one? So first of all, I would like to say, who is we? When I talk about we are thinking we do this or that. I am there on the left-hand side. My name is Julian Lautenweis, bit of a complicated last name, but you can easily find me online thanks to this last name. And my partner in this project is Emma Roach. So I'm just going to say a few words about myself, and then I will also introduce Emma. So I recently graduated with a master's in entrepreneurship and innovation. And this whole framework and the project is actually something that came out of my master's thesis. So it is not the exact result from the thesis, but it's something that we started developing further, myself and Emma. Already before I started working in this circular economy focused area, I have had some consulting experience and project management in different countries. I got to take a look at different approaches to business over the last years during my studies and in between. But since the beginning of this year, I have been working at the Wuppertal Institute in Germany. And they were also an integral part to this thesis, and they are also giving a lot of expertise to this project and the circular business model, circular business framework. A passion of mine, a professional passion of mine for sure, is to bring research into practice. So this is something that I'm trying to do with this project, to do something that I think is not being done enough, because there's amazing research, there's incredibly smart and inspiring people in the Wuppertal Institute and in other research institutions and universities around the world. But I think there is a lack of this knowledge getting to businesses. So that is what I'm trying to do also with this project, together with Emma, who is an environmental scientist. She also has a master's degree, and she has several years of work experience with the circular economy and digital transformation in different consulting agencies. And she's also quite active in the green startup scene, having founded several startups already. And so she's a great partner for this project because she's bringing a lot of expertise that is complementary to my own. So now about business model frameworks. This is something that I'm sure a lot of you have already seen. In the center, you can see the business model canvas. And it's incredibly well known. It is probably a revolutionary tool for business strategy, for creating business models, for structuring them. I'm not going to go into too deeply about this canvas. But what I do want to say is it is based on a linear economy. It does not really include an ecosystem view. It does not include circular economy principles. It is not even, as far as I know, it's not even based on empirical research, but it was kind of designed by these 2 or 3 guys who published this canvas. So it definitely has some shortcomings. There's also not really an internal logic to it. Doesn't really scream at you, okay, use it from left to right, or how do I use it? Do I start with a value proposition? They do explain it in the publication, but it is, it seems a bit arbitrary in the order in which you use it. And also the individual components are not really connected in a way. And so, I believe there are some improvements that could be made. a bunch of people have already tried to make improvements, especially regarding sustainability and the circular economy. On the left-hand side and the right-hand side, you see some examples, obviously very small, but just to give an idea. There's different examples of mostly consultants or think tanks adjusting this business model canvas. There's these adaptations of this canvas where they either add some more guiding questions, as you can see on the left-hand side, there's like some text in each of these boxes, or on the right-hand side where they added more boxes to it, kind of around to say, okay, we have these additional things that we need to put on top of this business model canvas. But I believe that this is not enough. Sustainability and the circular economy cannot be an add-on. It cannot be an additional business function that we bring to a company. It has to be at the core of a business. So that is why I designed this circular business framework and further developed it together with Emma. And here you can see it on the left-hand side. This is the kind of basic version, and I will get more into it later, but this is like a first look at it. And I would like to quickly tell you the four like main points that I think this framework can serve for. So we have the fact that it thinks sustainability from the ground up. So this is not sustainability as a function, sustainability as a hat, as I like to say. You know, you put it on top and you're happy. But it is sustainability from the core. And so it really, you will see at different aspects, it always looks at it at the different business functions with the circular economy in mind, which I believe is important to really leverage this new way of doing business. Second, it is also incredibly simple to use. It has guiding questions, just like the business model canvas. It has these different blocks, but what I think where it goes a step further than the canvas is that there's actually an internal logic to it, which I will show you in a minute. But it is incredibly easy to understand when you have all the components and the questions. You basically just go down the list and it will make sense to you. Third, it is based on science, and I believe it is the first sustainable or circular business framework that is actually based on science and not just on expert knowledge, which is of course also important. There are a lot that were developed by smart people in consultancies, but this one is actually based on like a scientific process, which will also be published probably in January. So I will be posting about that on my LinkedIn as well once it's published. Then you can see kind of the process that went into it. But yeah, it's based on science. A lot of knowledge from the Wuppertal Institute went into this framework as well, but I also interviewed entrepreneurs. I interviewed business consultants that work in the area of circular economy. So I really tried to get different viewpoints of all the people that might be working with such a framework. And lastly, it is conform with norms. We are always trying to look for new norms and standards that are coming out regarding the circular economy, and are always trying to further develop this framework so it really can withstand this like rigorous scientific scrutiny. So before I get into the individual components of the framework, I would like to show you the use cases that we see for this framework. So why or what for, basically. What can we use it for? We believe that any business can be circular with this framework. I've heard from different people, like, what about an insurance business? What does this insurance have to do with circular economy? Or what does a digital business model that does not have a physical product, what do they have to do with circular economy? What can they do to be sustainable? But we believe that for all of these target groups, basically, there is a circular business model to be made. It's just different aspects that have to be considered, but they can all be covered by this framework. So we have these 3 use cases for the framework. The first one is a circularity check. So that is a quick questionnaire and a feedback round, can take 2 hours, maybe 3, where we check the business model, we kind of look at the different aspects in a more brief way. And at the end, we have a holistic view of the business model where we assess the points that could need some improvement or that we need to dig deeper to understand where the potential is for more circularity. The second one is a full day workshop. That is where we really do the deep dive that we wouldn't really do in a circularity check. So we can really talk longer about the different aspects of the business model. We can give some first impulses, and the result should be an in-depth analysis and some conceptual ideas for improving the circularity. So there will be some concrete, some conceptual and some concrete impulses. And then the last one is really about building or transforming a business model. That is a full week sprint. And here, of course, you can imagine this is even more of a deeper look. And in the end, the circular business model kind of target business model can be defined and the way in how to get there. So it's a bit quicker than a typical strategy consulting project, but we believe that with this framework, we can, in these 3 different categories, we can give different depths of insight into how to create a circular business model. So I said any business, and yes, we do mean any business can be circular, but we have these 4 main target groups. First of all, it's the small and medium enterprises. There we believe, as I mentioned, this transformation to a circular economy is something that a lot of small and medium enterprises have not really started yet. I think a lot of them are aware that this is kind of happening. There's regulation, especially pushed by the EU. So this is quite influential in Europe, of course, and in all countries, because in the end, of course, also through trade, more and more companies will be affected by this. And so this is about optimizing, improving, or even transforming a business model. Then next we have the startups, and this is, as I said, building from the ground up to also avoid having to transform later, because we kind of can guess that this is a development that we're heading towards, where all businesses need to become as circular as possible to reach 0 emissions by 2050 at the latest. And another group that we believe can benefit from this framework and from our approach are company builders and consultancies. So these are company builders is kind of like accelerators, for example, for startups, or groups where businesses meet, where they can exchange some best practices, and at these kind of points of where there are experts that help different companies, we believe we can give these people the tools to basically help them out. So we believe in cooperation. We think that 2 people certainly are not able to transform enough businesses to have a big impact, but yeah, we believe we are working on a toolkit that we can also give to others to help them transform to a circular economy. And lastly, investors are an interesting target group, of course. There's a lot of movement in the financial sector. I think this year has really picked up some speed for impact investment and more sustainable investments. And the framework in the future, we want to help with a quantifiable assessment. We want to help investors to figure out, okay, is this business that we want to invest in really circular, or is it just marketing? So this is kind of the medium term, if you will. So I've talked long enough about our idea. I would love to show you the framework and the components a little bit more in depth. So here we can move to the general structure. In orange, you see the core, and in blue outside, you see the ecosystem. So we already have these two layers, basically, that help for a holistic look at the company. I'm not sure if you can, if this is blocking the view, so I'm gonna just minimize this thing here. We are looking at a company holistically, and there are two directions in which you use it. So that's what I meant by the internal logic that I mentioned earlier, that I believe the business model canvas is missing. So here we have this logic from inside out. So we're always looking at the core, and then we're looking at the ecosystem, and then we're going to look at the core again and again at the ecosystem. And we're going to do that moving around the circle clockwise from conceptual, so kind of what is the idea, what is the vision, to practical. So how are we going to put this into practice? How is this going to affect ourselves and other businesses? So this is the general idea, the general structure. And next I have the different components. So the components are divided, are 8 areas with different topics, basically different themes. All of them have more subcategories. So this is not just 8 points, but there's actually several subpoints in each of these categories. But I think if I showed them all on screen now, it would probably be too small to see, and it would be too much for 1 hour. But this is to give you already a general idea of what is in it. So I would go through these different blocks in the order in which you should use them, and maybe in the end say a couple words about why this order. So we start with value creation, and here we are not just looking at what is the unique selling proposition. That is also a point, because of course this is not just about circular economy. This is also about a business that can function in a market economy. But here we are also looking at what makes our solution circular. So here we are looking at different circular strategies. Are we considering circular economy in the design of our solution, for example? And then we have customers. So again, we go from inside to outside, from core to the ecosystem. We look at customers. This is kind of a classic block. Of course, you cannot really have a business without customers. So this is super important. But here we also wanted to be as concrete as possible to give also people without business background the ability to highlight all the important aspects of a business model. So we have the customers, how can we connect with them? So this is also about where do we meet our customer? Who is our typical customer? What data do we need to collect to understand more about our customers? Then next, we have the strategy with purpose. So we're moving clockwise, but we're starting again with the core and then moving to the ecosystem. So the third block, strategy with purpose, is sounds a bit general maybe, or you might think, okay, purpose is a very heavily used word these days, but this is about vision. So where do we see ourselves? What do we see our contribution to society? And how do we realize it? So what is the knowledge that we have internally? What is our expertise? And where are potential gaps? So what expertise do we need to get from the outside? And then we're moving to network. So we're back in the ecosystem, again, from inside to outside. And the network is about partners to a degree, but this is more about, okay, how can we cooperate? Who is in our wider ecosystem? So who are competitors maybe, but also what are best practices? And this is about best practices, not just from our competitors, but also outside of our own sector. What are best practices in completely different companies that maybe if we're looking to implement reverse logistics, what is a company that does reverse logistics excellently? They could be in the same industry as we are, but they could be in a different one. What can we learn from them? So this is also an important aspect of circular economy, looking at what works and how can we integrate. Then we're moving again clockwise to product, so core first. And here we are looking at the material things that we have and need. So this is about what is our product made out of, or what does our service comprise of? And it's also about what do we need to make this product? So what kind of infrastructure do we have? What equipment do we have? And what do we need? What is the logistics that are involved with providing our product as well as our services? Then we are going to the ecosystem again. And here we're looking at partners, and this is more concrete. So because we're also moving from more the general conceptual area to the more practical. And we're looking at with whom do we want to realize our vision. So this is about mentors, this is about investors, and this is about any other type of partner like suppliers that we really need to look at more closely, that we are going to be interacting with regularly within our ecosystem. And then we're going to basically to the last quadrant. Again, first at the core, we're looking at the operations, and this is about how do we want to work internally. And this is kind of the part that covers most of the aspects that you can see in frameworks like the business model canvas. Just to show you how limited this is, that kind of the core is already covering everything from the canvas, and the whole ecosystem part is pretty much new. So in operations, we are looking at different functions. We're looking at who is managing our partner and ecosystem, and who is looking at marketing, and who is communicating our purpose, who is communicating our vision, who is making sure that we are perceived the way that we want to be perceived. And then lastly, we have impact, and this is the factors that enable or constrain our own business models. So this is what impacts do environmental or societal aspects have on us, but also it's about what impact are we having on our environment, because we believe that it's incredibly important to think also that any business is not just impacted by the environment. We need to watch out for this regulation, or we need to make sure we don't break the ecological environment we're in, but it's also about what can we contribute in a positive way? Can we help actually regenerate natural systems? Can we help educate people in our society? Can we help build our community? And we believe that this is not just something that is charity work, but it is also something that pays back in the long run. Because if we have a community that has good education, then there's people that can work for us that are educated well, or educated in the areas that are relevant for us. So these are the 8 blocks. And as I said, each block has subcomponents. So this is where it really goes deeper into different aspects of these different blocks. But this is as far as I'm going to go for today. However, I would like to tell you about a case that we did. It's a workshop that we did just recently, and it's also a nice illustration of how this framework is applicable across borders. So this is a great, very interesting startup. We talked to Himkar Singh, who is the founder of the Compost Kitchen, and that is a organic waste management startup based in Johannesburg, South Africa. And what they do is really cool, actually. So maybe something that is important to know beforehand about South Africa is that in the country, they don't have a municipal waste collection system. As a country, like a dynamic country in development, HIMCA told us that the municipal waste collection is too expensive for the cities in South Africa, and therefore the waste collection has been privatized. So it is a completely different market that we, for example, don't have in Germany, and I believe most countries in Europe don't really have a private waste collection industry. But in South Africa they do, and a lot of the organic waste is often collected with like a mixed waste bin. But what HIMCA and his startup is doing, they have a subscription-based model. So people pay, I think, around 10 euros a month, of course, in African rand, South African rand, but it's about 10 euros. And then they deliver these waste bins for organic household waste to the households. And then the people can trash their organic kitchen waste or garden waste. And once a week, they drive around and they pick up the organic waste. And then they drive it to a central composting facility where they compost this waste. This is a kind of vermicomposting, maybe some of you know what that is, but it's basically where you have certain worms that can help basically digest this organic waste and turn it into soil that you can use to grow plants. And so they have all of this organic waste that they collected, and that then they they turn it into this fertile soil. And then anybody who has this subscription, they get the amount of waste that they basically got picked up from their house. They get it back in soil. So they can use it in their own gardening. They can use it for their plants. And it can kind of help ensure that there's healthy soil in the different gardens. And then, of course, they are also looking to work with farming businesses and with restaurants to get larger amounts of compost and help to bring that natural soil, that natural fertilizer, basically, back into the environment, instead of just incinerating the organic waste, which happens a lot of times, also happens in European countries. Certainly in Germany, I know that a lot of organic waste is just burned, ideally at least turned into some energy, but there's little composting, which of course would be the natural cycle in which the waste should be cycled. So this would be circular, to compost it and use it for planting again. So this is what they do. They bring it back to the households, and they sell it as fertilizer to farmers as well. So they have the subscription-based model for households, and then they also sell the compost to farmers. And the kind of big vision that they have is to improve water security in the region, because South Africa is a country that is under water stress, meaning they don't have enough water to satisfy their need for water. And one of the reasons why certain areas are under water stress is because the soil has been eroded. It's very dry. The nutrients are taken out through farming, through agriculture, and nutrients are not really being put in again. There's only fertilizer that's being used that boosts the nutrients for a short amount of time, but then they go away again. And it doesn't really help enrich the soil. But if there was this compost being used for the soil, it would be easier to hold the water. So when there's rainwater, it doesn't just wash away, but it actually stays in the ground, and then it can help regenerate the natural environment, which is actually one of the main circular economy principles, besides designing out waste and pollution and keeping materials and products in use. The third one, defined by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, is to regenerate natural systems. And this is actually what they're doing with the startup. So as you can see, this is already quite a sustainable circular startup in South Africa. Himka was kind enough to let us test our model with him to see if we can find any gaps. And indeed we did. So this kind of proves that even with a sustainable startup in whichever country you're looking at, you can really find some new aspects using this framework and our approach. So as a little look into a little view into how that worked, how we are doing this also in this time where, of course, it's quite difficult to meet people in person, let alone fly to a different continent. We are working 100% digitally. So we're using this whiteboarding tool on the bottom right. You can see a little screenshot of the session that we had. And here you see the network aspect. So I'm just going to go back really quick, show you network on the top right of this framework. And here you have some subcomponents with the questions that belong to those. And so we collected these sticky notes, we collected different ideas that Himka had. We asked him a lot of questions where something wasn't clear to really understand his business model. And yeah, we added a lot of, we basically put all the thoughts onto the screen. And that's also what Himka said, that it really helped him to get the thoughts of him that he had as a founder and entrepreneur, somebody who is kind of has all of these ideas in his head, but he's never taken the time to really map them out and understand how they relate to each other. And so this was already one of the results that we accomplished with our workshop. And it was also one of those 2 to 3 hour workshops. So this first use case that I introduced. We also identified some gaps. So now basically afterwards, we're able to tell him, okay, if you want to become more circular or even more sustainable, you can do X, Y, Z to improve your business model. So this was the result of this application. Now I want to start a conversation. I hope that this was interesting for all of you. And I want to ask you what have been the biggest hurdles that you've been facing when confronting businesses with the circular economy. So this could be if you are an employee, if you are a consultant that is trying to get circular economy into businesses, or if you are a customer that has maybe talked to a company before and asked like, hey, can you, what if you change the packaging of this product, or, you know, any kind of interaction you had or something you've seen companies talk about. I would love to know from all of your perspectives. I think this is quite an international audience, so I'd be super curious to know if there's anything that's specific to your region. And also, if you have any questions about my presentation, about the Circular Business Framework, feel free to leave them in the chat. And I believe that Lucy will check the chat and then probably unmute herself and let me know if there's anything. So yeah. Do we already have anything, Lucy, or?
No questions in the chat, but yeah, we have participants. Maybe there are questions here in Zoom. You can yeah, let us know if you have. And yeah, from me, thank you for the detailed presentation and the detailed insight on the Circular Business Framework. It was very interesting. And so, yeah, feel free to ask or answer the question.
Exactly. I'm sure if anybody's typing right now, I want to leave some time, so no rush. We have some time left until the end of the session, but I thought it would be more interesting to have a little bit of a conversation instead of just me talking. So I guess, Lucy, you can just interrupt me if there's anything in the chat. If it's a question or also an answer, I would love to discuss a little bit. Yeah, maybe in the meantime, I could give some examples of what I have heard are some hurdles, some general ones maybe, and if you have any specific examples or if you agree or disagree with the things I'm saying, please let me know. But I think the different hurdles that I've seen are for sure that there is little knowledge about the circular economy or even sustainability. I think especially in small and medium-sized enterprises, there are a lot of people kind of being aware, like, okay, there's this European Green Deal, there's climate neutrality by 2050. You know, there's some countries that are being super ambitious. Like I think Sweden is trying to be carbon neutral earlier. New Zealand for sure is a big front runner in this area. So there's a certain awareness, but the knowledge is really missing, I think, in some businesses. And then another point could be that businesses are saying, okay, we don't have money for it, because there's this idea that any transformation, may it be a digital transformation or a sustainable transformation, costs a lot of money. And there's just no money for this type of investment. Even though I'm pretty sure that there are a lot of, at least some smaller things that can be done without huge investment. I think the biggest real hurdle is the buy-in from the top executives in a company, where, you know, if there's really it has to kind of come top down, I believe, in a company. If there's some employees that are starting some small projects related to sustainability, that's great, and it can maybe influence the leadership. But as long as the CEO level, C-level in a company is not participating and supporting, it's probably not going to really go anywhere. But if the top level is involved, I believe it doesn't have to be a huge investment to become more circular already. Yeah, so these are some of my ideas. Is there anything in the chat or not yet?
No, there are no questions in the chat, and so.
Okay, well, I get that. Sometimes I don't I don't feel like writing anything in a chat during a talk. Well, I hope then at least that you all were able to take something away from this talk. You have some interesting new insights or some impulses that lead to some new ideas. Then I would say I'll just wrap it up and maybe give everybody a break before the next talk, because I think they're pretty much planned back to back. So I would go to my last slide. So for everybody who's watching, you can feel free to scan this QR code. Most smartphones can do that. If you just open the camera and hold your phone to the screen, it usually recognizes the QR code, and then you can find my LinkedIn page. So please feel free to just add me there. I usually post most of my updates regarding the Circular Business Framework and our project. I post it there, so you can be the first to know if you follow me there, if you're connected. Of course, also, I'm happy if you reach out to me. I always reply to my messages. So if you're curious, if you have any other questions afterwards, please feel free to reach out. We also have a website called circularbusinessframework.com that is still a bit in development, but there are some of the aspects that I mentioned in this presentation already online. So you can just browse through there a little bit, and there's also a contact form if you want to get in touch. There's also my email address, so really no excuse not to say hi on one of the mediums if you want. And of course, we are happy to share more information about the circular business framework if you reach out. And we are also doing ongoing research to improve this framework. So if you're interested in kind of joining this as a partner, we are super open to any type of partnerships. So reach out for that. And I think that's all from me today. So I hope it was interesting, and yeah, I guess the next 15 minutes you can have a nice break.
Yeah, thank you for the very, very interesting session. So yeah, we make a 15 minutes break. So the next session begins at 5 p.m. And yeah, so thank you and bye.
Thank you.
I think we can start. Can I start with some? So, see Hoppensack, junior researcher at the Wuppertal Institute, and the moderator for this session. This will be the last session of the conference today. I think afterwards it is a closing session with Milan. So now Karina Kopp is the speaker of this session. She is a researcher in the division Circular Economy in the department unit Material Loops. And now she presents the zero waste vision of the city Kiel. And yeah, have a lot of fun. And I think we can start. I give over to Karina.
Yeah, hello. And thank you very much for the invitation. I will share my screen. 1 second. Can you already see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Then, yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm Karina Kopp, researcher at the Wuppertal Institute, and my researches focus on waste prevention measures, on resource efficiency and remanufacturing. And besides, I already also focused on the potential of circular economy on the city level, and there especially on the zero waste approach. And that was also part of the last project I was working on, and I would like to tell you about today. So that was the zero waste strategy that we developed for the city of Kiel. For the ones who are not from Germany, the city Kiel is the state capital of Schleswig-Holstein. It's in the northern part of Germany, and it's located to the sea. To the structure of the presentation, first of all, I would like to start with the idea behind the term zero waste, then go on to show you a bit the content of the zero waste strategy, and also what this strategy means for Kiel. Yeah, what does zero waste mean? So absolutely no waste. That's for sure not possible, and beginning of the project, I also got a lot of questions. How could this be possible? But that's not the idea, to have really absolutely no waste in the city, but to reduce the waste, or to show a way how to reduce the waste. To reduce it really a lot, and especially to reduce waste that goes into incineration. And when looking at the definition of zero waste from the Zero Waste Alliance, it shows that it should be a conservation of all resources through the responsible consumption, through sustainable production, and also reuse and recovery. But, and that's one important part, that there should be no incineration of waste or of resources and no release of pollutants that harm the environment or the human health. So when you're looking at the waste pyramid, I think most of you already know it really focused on the first 3 levels. So to prevent the waste, to reuse, and then to recycle. And going on, why is it really important when you're looking at the worldwide rising waste amounts? As this still goes on or go up with the waste amount? Most of you for sure know the pictures from the dead birds or fishes dying with too much plastic in the stomach. There are all these waste carpets in the sea, and zero waste shows one way to help to solve these problems. And what's really nice about the zero waste approach is that really everyone can help to reduce waste. So starting from the public administration, the waste management, schools, the retail, the industries, the households, everybody really can do something to reduce waste in their everyday life and in their jobs. And what is important is really to got all these ideas from the different sectors and develop a joint strategy. So when you already start a strategy, get everybody included and create really a joint strategy. And also zero waste is already a trend topic. So there are so many startups, initiatives that try to reduce waste. There's so many do-it-yourself workshops to show how you can create alternatives where you do not create waste. There are a lot of unpackaged stores where you can go with your own containers and get your food in your own containers so you don't have waste. Or the picture right here is also a startup from Germany where you can bring you can go to the restaurants and take your the takeaway food in this reusable containers, which you can bring back afterwards. So there's a lot of going on in this topic, and zero waste shows one way to get all these initiatives also included and developed this joint strategy. So when you're looking at Kiel was trying to facing these different problems and to take one pioneer role, because there is no zero waste city in Germany. Kiel would be the first one, and this zero waste city, that's the certification from the association Zero Waste Europe. It's a network with almost 400 municipalities throughout Europe, quite many small municipalities, and quite many also in Italy, where it already started with the first zero waste city. Yeah, and to achieve this certification, this zero waste strategy is needed to be developed, and it has to achieve 3 overall objectives. So the first is the reduction of the total amount of waste. The second one is the reduction of residual waste, especially this waste stream, because residual waste is mostly incinerated and not recycled or reused again. And the third thing is the raising the awareness to show the residents what is your waste and how everybody can do something. So that's a very short just summary what zero waste could be. And now I would like to show you a bit of the insights of the zero waste strategy that we created. So this is just an overview. So we started with the current state of the waste sector in Kiel. So how much waste is there currently in Kiel? So we know what's the starting point to go on from there. The second one is the development of different measures to reduce the waste. There I will tell you something in more detail. The third step is the analysis of the potential. So first of all, we evaluated all the measures that we developed in the second step, and we also developed objectives for the city of Kiel. And this is also one important part of the strategy. So the catalog of objectives and the measures where with which we can get all these objectives. And the second step is a zero waste scenario, which shows when we can get all these measures implemented that we developed in the strategy, how many waste really can be reduced. So, just as the first summary overview. So looking at the current state of Kiel and the waste sector, it shows that the total municipal waste is around 500 kilograms per capita. You don't have to look at all these different ones. I would show you the most important ones. The first one is the residual waste, which is nearly 1/3, and which is 170 kilograms per capita. And the second important waste stream are the separated collected recyclables, which is 190 kilograms per capita. And this is also a very important waste stream because these different waste can be recycled or can be composted, so they can get it again in the circle, so we can use them again. The next step is the development of the measures. There we collected the measures in different steps. The first one was the status quo analysis. So we looked at what kind of zero waste activities already exist in Kiel, because it is quite important to get to know the active initiatives and to get them involved in the project. And all in all, we found that there are 72 zero waste activities. So that could be, for example, one unpackaged store, or schools where are quite active in the zero waste, and quite many more. The second step was a good practice analysis. So we were looking at the worldwide measures for zero waste, and try to find out which ones of them could also work for the city of Kiel. And there we found 134 measures that could be usable for the city of Kiel. And the third step is a quite important one in the project, because there we had different workshops with the residents of Kiel. All in all, we had 5 different workshops. The first with the public administration, then we had one with the industry, with retail and events. The third one was with households, schools, and initiatives. The next one with the waste management, and then we had the fifth one, which is not focused on one topic, but it was on the implementation strategy. So that was the last one, and in this one we looked again at all the measures that were created in the other workshops. And all in all, we created over 600 measures in these workshops. So we are sitting there together with the experts from the different different sectors, and ask them, what can we do in this sector to reduce waste? What can be made better in your job to reduce waste? And I think all in all, more than 400 people went to our workshop. So it was really, the residents of Kiel were really interested to do something to reduce waste. And after we had these 3 parts of collecting these measures, we had quite a lot of measures, and we needed to structure them and to bundle and consolidate all these measures to get a structure, especially the ones from the workshops. Of course, in the different workshops, it was also some measures were double or didn't really fit to the waste. So the structure was quite important. And after all the structuring process, we had around 250 potential measures for the city for Kiel. The next step is the assessment of the measures. There we had an evaluation grid. So we looked at how are the costs for the measures, how is really the waste prevention potential, and also the acceptance of the measures. And with this evaluation grid, we try to find out which measure could be our best for the city of Kiel. The next step is the last workshop. I already mentioned the one focused on the implementation strategy, where we also asked the cities, the residents of Kiel, which measures they really prefer, which are for them the most important, or which have the highest waste prevention potential from their side. And the third step to decide which measures would be best for this the waste strategy is, of course, that we first needed the objectives, so that we can say, when we got these objectives, with which measures can we really fit them best. And that's the next step. I'd like to, wrong way around. I like to show you that the development of the objectives. And there we try to look at 3 different stages to find really the best objectives for the city of Kiel. And first of all, of course, we needed to look at the requirements from Zero Waste Europe. So what needs to be done, or which objectives do we need to make for Kiel, so that the requirements to get this certification of Zero Waste City Kiel could get. The next one is that we, of course, looked at national and European objectives for the circular economy and waste prevention. And the third step that we asked also in the last workshop, the residents, what they wish for the city of Kiel and what kind of city they would like to live. And yeah, we tried to then get these 3 parts together to create the best objectives for the city of Kiel. Of course, we also had there an internal workshop with the public administration, the waste management, and Zero Waste Europe. And then we created the objectives. We got all in all 2 objectives for the entire state capital of Kiel and 18 sub-objectives for the different sectors. And I just like to show you the 2 main objectives to get to know of which objectives we are talking about. And the first objective is that Kiel wants to reduce the total amount of waste until 2035 by 15%. And the next one, quite ambitious one, to halve the residual waste, so the waste that goes into incineration, by 2035 to halve it, and in the long term to reduce it to less than 50 kilograms per capita. So it's quite ambitious objectives, but yeah, these are the 2 objectives, the main ones. And we are looking at the list of objectives for the sector-specific ones. You can see that so just a selection, but then the waste management sector, for example, we got the objective to reduce the withdrawal rates for bio-waste, for paper and cardboard, as well as light packaging to below 10%. And looking at the public administration, the amount of waste in the municipal organization should be reduced by 50% by 2035, so that the public administration also goes to show, yeah, we are also doing something. We don't say just the industry or the household should be something. No, we are starting also from our job, from their jobs. The next one is the objective for the sector of the household. There, it's their objective to promote possibilities for reuse and repair in Kiel and increase especially the use of these services. In the sector of events, there until 2035, so just in a few years, only reusable tableware of events that is organized by the municipal of Kiel should be used, and 5 years later, for all events that take place in Kiel, just only reusable tableware should be used. Looking at the educational institutions, so schools, universities, kindergarten, and so on, one of the objectives is that there should be 10 zero waste cities in Kiel until 2035. And the industry, we said that the waste intensity should the waste intensity from production and industry should be reduced by 50% by 2035. And the last sector is the retail sector, that we said that until 2025, no single-use packaging on the local markets in Kiel should be used. We said here as far as it's legally and hygienically possible, because I think especially when selling meat, this could be a problem. But when it's possible, it's said that really no single-use packaging should be used on the local markets. And yeah, this is how we created all in all a catalog of circa 100 measures that should help to fit exactly these objectives. And I will also show you a little a selection of these 100 measures. And first of all, for example, is the assessment of the implementation of a pay-as-you-throw system. And so pay-as-you-throw is a pay that households, or a fee that households have to pay according to the amount of waste produced. So it's a financial incentive to avoid waste. The public administration, there's a waste guide for the public procurement should be done. So for the households, a zero waste culture house should be developed. So this is a place where various measures for sharing, for repair, for reuse can be spatially bundled, so that there could take place swap parties, flea markets, to host a swap shelf, repair cafes, so to really bundle these different zero waste initiatives. And also it should be a place to exchange the ideas. In the event sector, a rental system should be established, so that not all the equipment needs to be, or to buy them for every single event, but just to rent the cups or tables or decoration or whatever, so that not everybody has to buy it on himself. Looking at the education institution, we said that the zero waste school should be implemented or established in Kiel. And a zero waste school should be that this is a place where there should not only be learned about zero waste, but also to live it. So that criteria could be that only reusable school materials is used, recycled paper, that the school garden with compost, cafeterias without packaging, or with also school models on the subject of zero waste. For the industry, one measure is the establishment of a center for the reuse of building components, so that windows, stairs, doors, or whatever, before destroying the whole building, should be collected in these reuse centers, and the next one, when building a new house or renovating it, could go there and see if they can use these windows or the store, because the construction and demolition waste is, of course, a quite huge one. And the next one from the retail sector is a discount for bringing your own reusable containers to a shop, so that there's again a financial incentive to bring in your own container and not all these single-use cups or using this all this packaging that you can get from takeaway food. Yeah, that's just the. There are quite many, all in all, 100, but this is just the first or a short summary of some of these measures. So, and the next step of the presentation is what this zero waste concept really means for the city of Kiel. And there we created a zero waste scenario, and there we asked, if all these measures are consistently implemented in Kiel, what amount of waste can be saved in Kiel, and how many CO2 emissions can be saved. When we are looking at, first of all, the reduction of the residual waste, it shows that, so looking at the blue one maybe first, that's the business as usual scenario. So when in Kiel, everything keeps the same and no new measures would be taken, and then the residual waste would goes up or rises a bit. But when you're looking at the zero waste scenario, it shows that it can really go down a lot. So until 2035 we can halve it, and until 2050 a reduction from 70 until 70% is possible. And the next step, looking at the CO2 emission savings potential, there we looked at two parts where this zero waste strategy can reduce CO2 emissions directly. And the first one we looked at is the reduction of the CO2 emissions in incineration. And the second one is the reduction of CO2 emissions through reduced waste transport. And all in all, we can have, from the incineration, we can have CO2 emissions until 2050 to 14,000 tons per year. And sorry, it was too fast. And until 2035, 10,000 tons per year. And until 2050, 15,000 tons per year. Yeah, and looking at the next steps, so this strategy was completed in August this year, so it's a quite really new one. And now it was unanimously adopted by the Kiel Council as a municipal roadmap towards zero waste. So quite important step, which was done in this November, so that really the council said, yeah, this the city of Kiel says, or the public administration, yeah, this will be our roadmap. And with this, okay, from the Kiel Council, now really can Kiel can get this certificate or the application for the certification as the first zero waste city in Germany, and also the implementation phase of all these developed measures can start officially now. Yeah, that was the first little insight into the strategy. Yeah, and thank you very much for your attention. And if you get some questions, feel free.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. If there are any questions, you can write it in the chat. But I don't see questions. So yeah, thank you very much for the presentation and for your time. And yeah, this was the last session for today. Yeah, thank you all for participating in the conference. I hope you had a nice day here and enjoyed it and learned something new. And now I turn the floor over to the short closing session with Milan. So I look forward to see you back again tomorrow and wish you all a good evening. Bye.
Lucy, thank you very much. Karina, thank you very much for the last presentation, for the closing presentation of today's conference. We are very pleased that we have managed to welcome all the important speakers from all parts of our region and even beyond. And it was a tough day for everyone that was with us from the very beginning until the very end. We know that there are some people that have managed to endure next to us. So thanks for actually persistence. Thanks for the question being asked. Thanks for the raised discussions. But what we realized is that during our talks in the back office and everything, that it would be much, much, much better that if we would have these face-to-face collaboration talks, etc. And sharing lunch is something unique that we can do when we get together. But be as it may, we are experiencing new experiences, right? We are learning constantly from them. And that's also the point for Circular Economy Beacons, just to be brave, to explore new things, and be ardent about learning and implementing positive knowledges into scaling or increasing our impact. At this moment, I would only like to point a couple of words at this closing session. I'm not going to keep anyone any longer than it's necessary, but these are three words that we want to leave you with. Enjoy the conference, enjoy the speakers, enjoy the materials, but more importantly, let's try to be even more engaging tomorrow. Let's try to talk, raise questions, and raise discussions, maybe even tricky questions. And at the end of the day, use this material, use the context, use the network that you managed to create during these 24 hours in order to serve you to excel in future activities, because follow-up after this conference and similar like this is more important than the event itself. So it's our job to transfer knowledge and transfer information, but it's your jobs to take this and formalize it into workable projects, workable activities, and positive impact. I would like to also use this opportunity to call everyone for tomorrow's early morning keynote speaker session with Mr. Harald Friedl, which is very well known in the domain of circular economies. It is an utmost pleasure for us to have him on board, supporting us and actually asking, why don't we become ambassadors for Circular Economy Beacons and these kind of initiatives? It's so, from his point of view, it's not enough to make an event, and it's not enough to collaborate only on one instance. But what really matters is to continue prolonging and actually deepening our connection and deepening our collaboration in the future. So with this one, I would like to call everyone to join us tomorrow at 9:15 in the morning, where a lot of information, a lot of interaction, and a lot of energy would definitely be shown from this man. With this, I would like to thank you for the cooperation and support. Have a great evening today, and see you tomorrow morning. Thank you very much, and see you. Bye-bye.